Welcome back to Worlds of Protheka audiobooks. And if this is your first time, be warned. Once you step into Protheka, you'll never want to leave. With beasts who will stop at nothing to protect the women they love, and women who are only just finding out what a real man can be, you'll lose yourself in the dark romance of these fantasy stories. To bring you these free full audiobooks, we have to listen to this platform's guidelines, and they say that Protheka's steamiest scenes aren't allowed. But you can still get them from the unabridged version of any Prothekan audiobook. All you have to do is go to worldsofprotheka.com. With promo code YouTube30, we're offering you the opportunity to get 30% off of any audiobook, ebook, or bundle. We appreciate you subscribing to the channel, as it makes bringing these free full audiobooks to you possible. Don't forget to like and comment to let us know what you think. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this story is just the beginning. Chapter 1. Jane. The thundering footfalls are getting louder. My blood pounds in my ears. I hear the rushing wind as they circle us, as though we're merely unsuspecting prey. Well, to them, we are. The wolves are after us. It wasn't enough to just escape, to go on the run from the war up north. Now we're in the middle of the forest, surrounded by wolves who are starving, who have developed a taste for human. God! I shout, running my hand through my short hair. I turn this way and that, trying to get my bearings. I know that these settlers, the ones who have loyally followed me, and who were lucky enough to survive the ordeal, aren't going to make it against the pack of 6 or 7 wolves that have been hot on our tail for the last 3 or so miles. They caught scent of us running through their woods about an hour ago, and they've been pursuing us ever since. Adrenaline pounds in my veins as the settlers, only 10 or so left, huddle around me as we stop to take stock of the situation. You need to scatter, I order them. Run in any direction, but don't stick together. The wolves can't hunt you all if you're in different directions. They seem hesitant. What about those of us that they come after? Meacham asks. His gruff voice rings out over the others. How are we supposed to trust you? You've led us straight into danger. If you get through the forest, help will come, I tell them. If ever the rumours can be trusted, I add, only to myself. It's been said that in Atlanta, the humans and the orcs coexist in a large clan. Other clans are following in their footsteps there as well. Behind this forest is the border of the Burning Sun clan, I tell them. They'll help you, but you have to go now. Run! I yell, and the remaining survivors only hesitate for a moment before sprinting off. Don't look back, I add, pulling out my knife. The wolves are catching up, but I'm going to draw them away from the survivors and hopefully lead them in the opposite direction. The sound of crunching leaves alerts me that they're close, and getting closer by the second. I watch the group of survivors scatter, hoping that they're smart enough to not look back like I told them. I don't want them to see the wolves on their tail and panic. Gritting my teeth, I brush a strand of hair from my eyes. I need a trim. There's not much time for haircuts when you've been on the run, but it's getting long enough to be in my eyes now, which means it's going to be a hindrance to survival if I'm not careful. The north is burning, locked in a war that no one will survive. We had to escape after our settlement was razed. I led as many as I could down south, but not everyone survived. It's brutal around here nowadays. Our only hope is the orc-human clans in Atlanta. I knew if I could get the survivors there, they would help us out. The rumours are that many of the high-ranking orcs in that clan have taken human wives, which means they're more likely to give aid to refugee humans. The wind whips around me, scattering more leaves around my feet. I hold my knife steady, facing outward from my palm. The low snarl and whine of the wolves alerts me that they're almost upon me now. Before the wolves can scent the scattered survivors, I whistle to draw their attention on me. When I catch their dark eyes, I let out a blood-curdling scream. Now I know I've got their interest. To entice them further, I take the knife and draw it across my palm, slicing it open and letting the blood drip down between my fingers onto the leaves below. The wolves are circling me now, trying to study me to decide how much of a threat I am. One lunges towards me, but I watch as a bigger, stronger one crashes into it, as if to say, "Steady, young pup, don't rush this kill." The wolves are circling me even tighter now, and I roar at them. I'm a lioness protecting her clan. I grit my teeth as my palm burns from the cut. My leg is still injured from the fall yesterday, so I'm not as steady on my feet as I'd like either. God, I never thought I'd go down because of wolves, of all things. I thought it'd be the enemy orcs that would take me out first. 50 of us left 3 weeks ago, 50 of the settlers, led by me and one of the other men from the settlement. We dwindled down from 50 to just over 10 now. The other man, Davis, died 3 days ago after he was attacked by a bear. I can't say I'm sorry he's gone. He was weak. Those of us that remain are only surviving because they're holding on to hope that salvation lies in Atlanta. I don't have the heart to destroy that hope, so I've led them here. We escaped with nothing but what we could carry on our backs and our wits. It was a difficult journey. We got lost several times, and I thought that we weren't going to make it through some of the storms we encountered. But the rumours about this place kept us going. We used what we could gather from the occasional lone survivor we would run into to help us get back on track. Somehow we survived until now. And we're almost there. We're so close now. I can practically taste freedom. All I have to do is make sure the wolves don't take down the rest of my men, that I lead those of us left to safety. Another wolf lunges at me, but this time none of them stop him. He manages to snap at my arm, just barely missing tearing out a chunk. He's quick, but I'm quicker. I won't be able to hold them off forever, though. I'm tired, undernourished, and dehydrated. This is probably the end of the line for me. So long as I can hold the wolves off long enough for the remaining survivors to make it to the border of the clan's territory, then I'll have done my job. And I'm going to go down fighting. I snarl and snap right back at the wolves who start attacking now that they've analysed me. One wolf goes for my leg, but I kick out, hitting it square in the chest. It falls back with a whimper, its tail tucked between its legs. That doesn't stop the others from coming for me, though. Another wolf, larger than a Shetland pony, lunges for me. I can feel its hot breath on my neck just before it tries to clamp down. I manage to dodge, getting underneath it and slicing clean through its belly with my knife. The wolf goes down immediately, nearly collapsing onto me, but I manage to roll away just in the nick of time. "Not today, Satan," I say, chuckling to myself. I jump up again and brandish my knife, daring the wolves to attack. Now that they understand that I've got a weapon, they're shying back a little. I manage to back into a tree, holding the knife out to ward off any of the braver wolves. They're so huge that it's hard to keep track of them all at the same time. Another lunges for me, and I dart away, tripping over a protruding tree branch. It sends me sprawling. I scramble, trying to get back to my feet. Just before I can get back up, one of the wolves grabs me by the leg, clamping down hard. I scream, the pain erupting through my veins. My skin is shredded where its jaws hold onto me. Another wolf gets a hold of my arm, tugging on it as if to fight the first for my corpse. I use the butt of my knife to backhand it in the face, and it just barely lets go before a third is upon me, biting into my other arm. It's over for me. I can't do it anymore. I fought all I can, but the wolves are too strong. They're overpowering me now, and I close my eyes, praying for a quick death. Please don't let them chew on me until I'm good and dead. I plead silently. I hear a scream. One of the wolves. Before I can crack my eyes open, though, a splash of warm blood sprays onto my face. I look up and gasp. Before me stands a violent-looking orc with long braided black hair and a huge scar running down one cheek. He's slicing the heads off the wolves left and right. God, he looks intimidating. I bet whoever looks at him cowers in fear. To everyone else he might be scary, but right now, this man is Prince Charming. Even better than that, he's my hero. He's going to save me from these beasts. But the damage might already be done. I can't take the pain. It's unbearable. It's too much. I feel woozy with the amount of blood that I'm losing. The world starts to get blurry and fuzzy around the edges. Just as the orc gets closer, I feel everything going black, and I faint.
Chapter 2. Ignar. The impending sense of change has only been growing over the past few weeks. The air is thick with tension, and it's been putting me on edge. That's probably why I've been picking up extra patrol shifts. Not that Nar has complained, as I've stolen them from him. He's got a wife and kid, and I'm restless. Out of the two of us, I know that I'd rather be in the woods, canvassing for what's to come. He's tried to convince me that I have nothing to fret despite Loki, our chieftain, telling us of his father's news from the north. There's a war brewing, and it's only a matter of time before it starts to leak down here. Ignar. I lift my head and see Iggy jogging toward me. Irish waves as he turns away, moving back inside the gates of the base. I'm not much in the mood for company, but unlike with Nar, I cannot tell Iggy to screw off. I'm his subordinate, and orcs value that hierarchy. You've been out here quite a bit? I grunt in response, and Iggy clucks his tongue. It's a very human response, though with that wife of his, it's no wonder. He spends a great deal of time around the human-mated orcs, too. Why is that? I prefer to be in the woods. Iggy's voice drops a little. Nar has told me your concerns. I don't want you to overexert yourself. My head tips back as I stare at the sky. My feet halt before we get too far from the gates, and Iggy feels the need to walk my patrol route with me. My shift is nearly over. He seems to get my meaning under the words. He claps me on the shoulder. Rest after. Stop taking so many extra shifts. I nod as I look away, not committing to it. It's more than just the tension I feel in the air. I'd rather be out here, doing something rather than on the base. It's not a place for an unmated orc anymore, it feels like. And I'm not one to gather and drink after my shift. Patrol is all I have. I start off into the woods once Iggy has made it back to the gates, my ears picking up every small noise. I can distinguish the snap of a tree branch from the crack of a nut now. I know when a rabbit or fox is near me just by the rustle of leaves. I've become one with the forest. Maybe that's why I hear the trample of feet. Human feet. Instinctively, I take off in the direction I hear it coming from. Thankfully, the other orcs on patrol hear it too, and I spot Nevarth, Korthu, and two others I don't recognize. They are converging on the clearing of the woods that empties out close to our base, screaming and crying, announcing their arrival just as they burst through the trees. Women carrying children dart past us, and Nevarth is quick to dash toward the gates. He's probably showing them the way and having them alert Loki and Bonnie. Smart. I am more interested in what they are running from before it gets too close. Whatever it is has devastated their group. Another woman squeezing from between the trees stumbles as she falls, her son rolling out of her arms. Go! She shouts at him, and Korthu moves closer. Go, they'll help you! Her eyes lock with mine and my heart thuds painfully. Korthu, take her! He scoops her up without question, lifting her son too. He takes off at a jog back to the base, leaving me with one other orc as I reach the path they are running through. What has happened? I ask as they continue to flee. What are you running from? Finally, one woman stops. She drops to her knees before me, gripping my hand as she stares up at me. Please, you must save our protector. Gripping her hand softly, I help her back to her feet. A howl rips through the air, and her eyes widen. She fought the wolves to save us all. I'll get her. I take off through the thicker underbrush so I don't have to fight the humans to get through. The closer I get, the more snarling and jaw-snapping I hear, and I wonder what will be left by time I find this protector. If nothing else, we will provide her an honorable burial. I have nothing but respect for those that will fight a threat to save others. This human must be fiercely courageous to have done so against the massive wolves that stalk these woods. Through the trees and up on a little hill, I spot 5 wolves, 2 of which are snarling and snapping at each other. One launches at the other, gripping the other's throat in its jaws as they are sent tumbling. I sidestep their battle as I climb up to the others, grabbing one wolf's legs as I round the crest of the hill and throw it off to join the other two. The remaining two wolves sink closer to their prey, snarling, and I let loose a wild growl. It shakes the trees around us, but it doesn't scare the wolves. I draw my short sword, brandishing it as I move closer. I feign to the right and swipe the wolf to my left as the other launches at me. I withstand the bite as I gut the first animal before twisting my arm and throwing the beast to the forest floor. Another fast maneuver leaves it bleeding out, and the other three decide not to advance. Their prey is left unprotected, though I fear the worst when I take her in. Their claws and teeth have made quick work of her skin, which has been ripped open. I can barely distinguish where her clothes stop and her flesh starts. She's so coated in blood. "We'll get you help," I whisper to the limp body I clutch against my chest, and I take off through the woods. I know a faster path than the others are taking, one that goes straight to the base from here. It's not as clear, and I hold an arm in front of me to knock the branches out of the way before they can tear at her already tattered skin. By the time I break through the trees, I see Mary and Jorgen at the gates, welcoming refugees in. Mary's eyes widen when she sees me, but I don't slow as I push my legs faster. I know with these kinds of injuries, time is of the essence. "Bonnie's ready at the clinic," Mary calls as I pass her, and it only pushes me faster. I barely stop in time to keep from running over a few humans outside the clinic, but they quickly clear a path for me. I slip inside to find Bonnie in the back, Bashag at her side as he helps her. Her grandfather, Alvin, is making a sweep on the other side of the beds with Macy at his side. "Here!" Bonnie calls to me, and I find the empty bed she's setting up around and gently lay the woman out on it. "Wolves!" I pant as Bonnie starts her assessment. Bashag starts to cleanse the bandages, and Bonnie shoos me out of her way as she moves quickly, cleaning the woman as fast as she can as Bashag bandages behind her. I'm not ready to leave her side. I already have so much respect for this woman who saved her people, and I want to see her make it through. But then I have to step out of Bonnie's way again, and I know I'm about to get kicked out of the clinic. My eyes track Bonnie's movement as she cleans the woman's face, revealing soft features that are more unscathed than the rest of her body. I'll check in later. They don't seem to hear me as I turn to leave, but I only manage a step outside before I'm swarmed by humans I've never met. "Thank you so much. How is she? Is she going to make it? We're lucky you have a doctor." And on it goes. It stuns me as their words bombard me. Are they not afraid of orcs? Most refugees are when they first come to Burning Sun. Some still are that have been on base a while. "She's going to be okay," I call over the din of the crowd, though I don't know how true that statement is. It only spurs more questions from the humans, and I can no longer take it. I spot Iggy approaching the clinic, presumably because his wife is inside, and no orc can let their mate out of sight. Many wonder how Ur stands it with Bonnie around these half-dressed orcs as she treats them. "Ah, Iggy?" The humans pause, turning to see him approach. "He should have answers for you." Iggy's steps falter, and I shoot him an apologetic look before I take the opportunity and slip free of the crowd. They rush him, giving me a fast exit, but I know I will hear about this later. When I finally escape their penetrating eyes, I can breathe again. Another reason I do not care much for Benign on base. There are too many people, and I'm not fond of crowds. This planet seems to have enough space that I shouldn't be crammed into a small area with so many. My eyes trail back to the clinic as I wonder after the girl that so many fear for, but I shake my head. I brought her to Bonnie. I've done my job. Now I need to assist in getting the new refugees acclimated. I head back toward the gates, but my mind stays in the clinic. With every step, I feel the same question reverberating in my chest. Will she be all right?
Chapter 3. Jane. I wake violently, which is not new to me. It's hard to rest peacefully in a world where everything is a threat, and I've always struggled to turn off that alertness. But as I try to jerk up, all that comes out of me is a sharp groan. My vision swims as I open my eyes, and I grip the ground beneath me. Except it's not the ground. I blink furiously, trying to take in my surroundings and struggling to sit up. My hands are fisted in blankets, soft ones too, and it takes me a beat to realise that I am in a bed. A real bed. When was the last time that I was in a real bed? Glancing around the room, I can't piece together where I am. It's unfamiliar, for sure. There are rows of beds dressed in clean linens and fragrant pillows. It's a luxury I didn't know anyone could afford anymore. But what shocks me more is the machines that are set up. I'm shocked that this place has them, and even more so when I realise they are on and working. With great difficulty, I push up into a reclined position, pain arcing through my body. But it's not the worst pain I've ever felt. In fact, it's almost a dull throb, and I notice that there are bandages wrapped around my arm. Clean bandages. As I struggle to process the overwhelming amount of information, a large figure enters the room. His voice is deep, though from here I can't make out his words. But he's muscular, massive really, and green. He must be an orc. As he turns toward me, I gasp, and a memory comes flooding back. An orc, like that one, but his muscles are more defined through his torn tunic standing over me. His black hair is tied back in a long braid down his back, and I can see his face. He's too busy ripping the wolves apart to keep them from getting to me. At first, I thought he was a figment of my imagination, something to take my mind off the pain radiating through my body. But then he turned toward me, his golden eyes shining bright. I could barely see him through my heavy lids. But then he bent close, scooping me up as the wolves whimpered from whatever he had done to them. He smelled nice, like forest and flowers and a breezy outside day. Or maybe it was just the soil stuffed in my nose. Either way, I leaned into him, his deep voice rumbling through his chest and deep into my bones. I should have been wary. I should have been afraid of a random orc picking me up in the woods. But in that moment, I wasn't afraid. I felt safer than I had in a long time as I drifted off. My eyes widen, and it all hits me at once. This must be the paradise I've heard of. We made it here. The adrenaline that shoots through me convinces my brain that I'm capable of moving. Something I learn is fictional as I swing my legs free of the blankets. My knees nearly give out as soon as I put weight on them, and my whole body trembles with the simple exertion of standing. It's then I notice that my skin has been stitched together in some places, which shouldn't shock me the way it does. What is this place? Whoa! I turn to see a human woman rushing toward me with a bright smile. Easy there. She helps me back up onto the bed, and once I'm settled, she hands me a glass of clean water. My eyes widen as I take it. What happened? I blink at her, not able to keep up with the whirlwind that has been hitting me. Did you need something? I just don't want you up and walking until your body has had enough time to recoat. What happened to me? I finally croak out. I look down at my skin scrubbed clean and my wounds treated. Is this the place I've heard rumours about? A salvation for humans? I thought I was done for in the woods, and then I woke up here. I don't understand. I know this has to be incredibly confusing for you. She pulls up a chair next to my bed and sticks out her hand. Let's start at the beginning. I'm Bonnie. I take it tentatively. Jane. Well, Jane, you are at the Burning Sun clan. Here we've managed to establish a miniature hospital capable of taking care of wounds like the ones you withstood. I blink slowly, trying to process. I've heard of hospitals, of course. They're massive buildings that I thought were history, but this room stands to prove me wrong. And these machines? We found in the rubble of some of the larger cities and were able to restore them. Bonnie smirks. With a little of the shaman's magic. I'm stunned. That's all that I can think of. Orc magic, hospitals. This place is better than the rumours let on, and I cannot believe I am here. I'm pretty sure I'm dead out in the woods, but if I'm hallucinating this, I'm going to take it. I don't want to question it too much. Bonnie seems to take my silence as indication that I don't know how to answer. She shifts forward, touching the edge of the bed as she gently adds, "Just so you know, this isn't some legendary paradise. We've worked hard to establish harmony and peace between orcs and humans, but we do want to provide a safe place to those who need it." Though it feels very unnatural to me, I reach over and grasp Bonnie's hand. Compared to the East, this is the promised land. I fought hard to get here, and I'm so happy to see it's real. She sighs heavily. I've heard that a few times too. Loki, our chieftain, is working hard to extend his protection as far as he can, but I know that we can't save everyone. So softly, I'm not sure she knows she said it out loud, she whispers, "No matter how hard I try." She shakes her head, seeming to come back to me, and a bright smile spreads across her features once more. I wonder how she can do that, but I guess that's why she makes a great doctor. Anyway, most problems seem to be isolated in the northeast. At least that's what I hear from my mate. Loki's father is up there, so I have faith that it will all work it. I've never heard anyone talk about a parent like Loki does with Malik. She grins thoughtfully. Loki is a sweet man, so I can only imagine what his father must be like for him to look up to him as he does. I'm just glad I've managed to escape it, I whisper. It still feels too new to be real, and I'm not yet convinced it's real. Well, speaking of Loki, you'll have to meet him. If you think the clinic is impressive, wait until you see the rest of the base. It hadn't occurred to me what it would like to actively be here. I can't say I've given much thought to why this base would be paradise, and I cock my head, curious what the rest of the clan is like to make her eyes sparkle like that. What do you mean? I'd rather you see it for yourself. She winks, going to stand, but I tighten my grip on her wrist. Tell me one thing then. Bonnie's eyes search my face, and she must see the anxiety that I feel bubbling up inside of me. Okay. What happened to the other people I came here with? She pats my arm reassuringly. They've been placed in homes and given job assignments. Here on the base we all contribute, but the jobs are fair. The fields, childcare, that kind of thing. And they're safe. Her smile is genuine. I don't see a hint of malice in it, but it's still hard for me to trust anyone. Safe, fed, and allowed to pick where they want to work. You can too when you're feeling up to it, and you'll be able to see everyone. She squeezes my hand. We aren't hiding anything here, I promise you that. What about... The idea lights up inside me, and I grin. What about patrolling? Can I help protect the base? Her brows furrow. That's something you want to do? The orcs take care of that since they're orcs. Yeah, but if that's what I want, I shrug. It's what I do best. Bonnie chews on her bottom lip. The human men haven't been able to keep up. Orcs are they're different. Not saying you aren't incredibly strong because... She gestures to my battered body. Obviously you are. Everyone has been singing your praises. I push myself up further, leaning toward her. It sounds like it's challenge. Chuckling despite the way it hurts my ribs, I say, I'm always up for a challenge. I get restless. We'll have to see if we can arrange something then. She chews on the inside of her cheek, and I can tell she's thinking it over. I'm sure we can get you to train at least. What about the orc that saved me? His handsome face flashes behind my eyes. Who is he? What does he do? This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter. Chapter 4, Ignar. Your note said she's awake? The human? Bonnie jumps, hand held over her heart, and then leans against the hallway with a shaky, relieved breath. I wince, shifting the box of cookies in my hands. Sorry. On patrol, silence is my most valuable weapon, more reliable than even the sword at my side. Once on base, however, it doesn't lead to making lasting friendships, especially with humans. Especially with my disaster of a face. I catch a glimpse of it out of the corner of my eye. A mirror hangs in the hospital hall. I quickly look away, but not before I'm reminded of the deep, deformed gouge across my cheek. It's a face for nightmares. Bonnie, the good woman she is, pretends that it isn't. She smiles at me warmly. She was awake and responsive earlier today. It's good that you brought her in when you did. She'll heal up well as long as she gets enough rest. Bonnie raises her eyebrow at the box in my hand. It's pink with a silver bow, and my fingers are clutching it so tightly I'm worried it will burst if I don't set it down soon. I see you got my message already, though, if you were out picking gifts. Ah, yes. I feel a little ridiculous now, but I've already bought the cookies. Well, bartered for them at least. I could pretend they're for Bonnie, but I remember how fierce the woman had been in order to sacrifice herself for her own people. She deserves cookies at the very least. She'll be sleeping now, probably. Bonnie looks confused at my hopeful tone, but she leads me towards the woman's room. I don't want to speak with her. The last thing she needs now is to deal with someone like me. I just want to see for myself that she's okay. Drop off some cookies that I spent an embarrassing amount of time bartering for because I wanted to find the best possible on base. And also the first woman I came across nearly fainted when she answered her door. Jorgen had himself a good laugh once he responded to her call for security. He'd called for his mate, Vera, who had accompanied me to her friend Carissa's home. The cookies looked delectable, shortbread with a chocolate center, but the entire process only reminds me how much I don't belong in my own base. It's hard not to be jealous of the others. Jorgen, bald as a baby, has managed to find himself a mate. Irish, who had once been mad enough to attack our own clan in battle, has found a woman who isn't afraid. Young children don't shriek in fear when they walk past or make up ghost stories about all the people they've beheaded. Not to say that I haven't beheaded people, but to be fair, they all deserved it. Irish once chewed through an orc's throat, and children don't scatter when he walks by. It's been hard work and a lot of bribery with sweets in order to win over the cute little rats. I don't blame them, of course. I've seen myself in a mirror. With my reputation and looks, I know I ought to leave the cookies with Bonnie and just be on my way. But something draws me to this woman. Maybe it's because she was so hurt and fragile when I found her. I feel a responsibility to make sure she's truly safe. I also feel a bit like a fool, but I force myself to knock lightly on her door and peek inside. She's gone. Bonnie? Bonnie must not hear me because she doesn't answer. The room is small. Our hospital's been repurposed from another human building. Vala yammered on about it once, but I never paid much attention to his love of the past. I've always been more focused on the present. What good does it do to know that this building was once an office park, or that one was a skating rink? Now, all of it is repurposed for the Burning Sun clan, both human and orcs alike. I walk towards the bed, uneasy. It's still unmade. The sheets are tossed back as if she jumped up in a rush. Juggling the plate of cookies, I feel the sheets. They're still warm. She must have been here recently. Did they take her back for tests, or... It's you. I nearly dropped the box of cookies to the floor and silently apologized to Bonnie for earlier, but my surprise slowly melts into... even more surprised because the woman is smiling at me. This doesn't happen often. I'm never caught by surprise, and I'm never smiled at. Not like this. I try to angle my scar away from her direct line of sight, but it doesn't seem to bother her in the least. She tilts her head, studying me in a slow, thorough gaze that makes my cheeks heat. Her short, blonde pixie cut accents her high cheekbones, and when she finally meets my eyes, she must catch me staring back at her because her lips quirk up. "I didn't mean to frighten you," she says. I'm enthralled by her voice. It's cool and direct. I get the sense that this isn't a woman who often says anything she doesn't mean. I'm a bit light on my feet, or so I've been told. Habit. Yeah, me too. My voice catches. I should follow up with something else, but my throat is suddenly very dry. Hi. Now that she's awake, I can't look away from her eyes. They're shrewd and unflinching, and for a disconcerting moment I feel as though she can stare right through me. Even more disconcerting is the fact that she apparently likes what she sees. Is this for me? She limps slightly towards the pink box with the cookies inside, and her smile grows. Yeah? I clear my throat. Yes, these are cookies. In a box. I'm such an idiot. To be fair, I'm used to dealing with men under my command, with fighting, killing, blood spilling. And when I'm not on patrol, I'm accustomed to children screaming in fear at the sight of my face. Well, screaming at the sight of my face until I give in and fork over some candy. I'm beginning to suspect how much some of the children actually fear me, seeing as how they always seem to be congregated at the end of my patrol route. The point is, I don't get to spend a lot of time conversing with women. After a tepid introduction, they've usually made up an excuse to run away. Are you well? I ask, and then realize that's a stupid question. She's limping in a hospital and covered with bandages. Are you better, at least? I'm healing well. You saved my life. Thank you. She limps over to the hospital bed and finally sits. I'm Jane, by the way. I am Ignar. Her brown eyes crease in the corners as she smiles back at me, and I'm lost. Are we done here? Why is she smiling at me like that? Is she just so grateful to be alive that she truly doesn't care about my hideous appearance? Does Bonnie have her on strong medication? Is she just high? Did she hit her head very hard on a rock during the wolf attack? Or could she maybe... Possibly. The thought of her actually liking me is too absurd to finish. I cut it down like an enemy invader and nod politely at the woman called Jane. Without the box of cookies in my hands, they hang at my sides as awkward as I feel. I should go now, right? Surely we're done here. I take a couple of steps back away from the bed and bump into a linen bin. She watches me straighten it up with something like amusement still dancing in her eyes. Hey, Ignar. She gestures towards the box I brought her. Would you like to share a cookie with me? Oh, no, My words stumble and tangle with one another for a moment until I take a deep breath and focus. I just brought them for you. I should really be going. You have another patrol? Jane stretches on the bed, and I look at the wall resolutely as her hospital gown slips down a slim shoulder. Bonnie told me you're in charge of guarding the base. A captain. A swell of pride draws my shoulders back reflexively. I might not be a great conversationalist, but I'm a damned good soldier. Under Jorgen's command, I keep our base safe every day. Yes. She opens the box and looks at me curiously. Yes, I expand. I'm a captain. No, I don't have a patrol, not yet. Well, I've always had the view that you should take food when you can get it. Jane looks almost sheepish at the request. She opens the box with deft fingers despite her many bandages and holds it out for me. And I'd really like it if you could stay. Just for a while. I'm sorry to impose, but it's not like I have a lot of visitors at the moment, as you can see, and I'm a little bored is all. I'd love to hear more about you and your clan. She would. You would. If that's okay. It might not make sense, but it's definitely more than okay. Slowly, so as not to startle her, I drag a wooden stool towards me and take a seat. If she wants me to talk with her, I'll certainly do my best to oblige. There's only one problem. I have no idea what to say.
Chapter 5. Jane. These are amazing! I'm not lying. These cookies are the best I've tasted in my life. To be fair, it's not like I've had time to eat a lot of cookies. Sugarcane takes time to harvest, and I've spent most of my life on the run. My childhood treat was a rabbit roasted over an open flame. Once I finally reached a settlement, we had to trade dearly for something as rare as sugar. Sweet bread with honey was our go-to for celebrations, and even that was a rare event. This orc base is much more advanced than anywhere I've ever lived. The fact that they have a human doctor and not just some herbalist in a tent is incredible. My bed here is more comfortable than the small pallet I slept in, and Bonnie actually apologised for how small the room is. I didn't tell her that this room is larger than my shared hut back in the old settlement. Rich chocolate pools on my tongue, and I can't hold back a moan of delight. How can something be so decadent and simple at the same time? Rich butter kneaded into a perfectly baked dough offsets the milky sweetness of the chocolate, and my taste buds are practically dancing. This is definitely no oat mush, that's for sure. Seriously, these are the best things I've ever tasted. Ignar's cheeks turn a dark green, and he refuses to look at me. Is he blushing? At first glance, he looks so ferocious, but when it comes down to it, he's almost adorable. Did you make these? Ignar roars with laughter at the idea of him baking. It's a nice laugh, rich and deep. It makes my stomach flip, but that could also be the fact that I've eaten 5 cookies in a row. Reluctantly, I close the box and set it next to him on the small, rickety end table by the bed. No, I would burn half the base down if I tried. Once his laughter dies off, he looks bashful again. His next words are more hesitant, almost shy. Humans here are good bakers. They like to barter with each other since each of them have their own specialties. It cheers me to know that the skills of humans are welcomed here, but it's also becoming clear that my skills and theirs don't exactly align. All the humans bake, except for Bonnie, the doctor. Oh. He blinks, momentarily confused, and then waves that idea away. Yes, Bonnie's a doctor. And yes, many humans bake, but humans mostly do what they're good at here. We have teachers, cooks, farmers. Everyone has their place. It's a strange concept to grasp. Survival is paramount. Who has the time to decide what they'd like to do? Do I really like hunting and fishing, or do I enjoy not starving? I've never taken the time to consider it. I've never had the time. It's always been like this for humans in your clan? No! Ignar laughs even more. No. Loki, our chieftain, managed to persuade us that humans might have a greater purpose, especially since our magic has begun to fade on this planet, and orcish women have been unable to bear children from orc men. Until he fell in love with a human himself, it was more of a practical measure, but now he's very against human slavery. And you? He looks surprised. Me? What did you think of humans? At first? Maybe I shouldn't ask. He seems nice enough. I don't really want or need to hear about how he kept 5 human slaves in his bunker until his chieftain outlawed it. But I've never flinched away from uncomfortable truths. If this orc is capable of cruelty, I want to know it. I thought you would destroy us all, he says with a careless shrug. Not you, of course. Just in general. All humans. At least he's not deceitful. And now? Ignar stretches his long legs. Well, not long for an orc, I suppose. Just much longer than mine. I was wrong. Loki, in partnering with humans, has made our clan the strongest in the region. Humans are smart. I thought you were weak, that you'd be a hindrance. But your weakness has made you clever, and you taught us to do many things we'd relied on magic to do before. I bristle a bit at being called weak, but he continues, oblivious to my scowl. Humans are also kinder than I thought you'd be. If it were me, and my people had been enslaved and mistreated, I'd want revenge. And humans don't. That's news to me. There are plenty of humans with a healthy dislike of orcs. Loki provides that for them here. His eyes gleam, and I find myself sitting on the edge of the bed, waiting for him to continue. There's no bashfulness in his manner now. Just recently, we raided a slave settlement to save the humans inside. If clans like the Iron Bloods thought our mercy towards humans made us weak, they learned otherwise on the battlefield. He launches into tales of the battles they've fought, and I find myself jumping and shouting along with him. The smoke was so thick. His dramatic voice purrs. We had to dismount along the river and creep through the knee-high grass. We crawled along the dirt until we could touch the hooves of our enemies' mounts. We held our breaths, waiting, and then Loki sprung forward, shouting our battle cry. He shouts, and a trio of voices in other rooms shout as well. I dissolve into laughter, and he grins. It was a memorable time, as you can tell. "Tell her!" an orc shouts, his slightly weakened voice still booming with pride. "Tell her how Loki slew the commander in front of his men." "Would you like to hear it?" He directs his question to me in a private voice, low and intimate. It makes my cheeks heat for some reason. I nod, and he continues, louder so that his comrades in the rooms nearby can also hear him speak. Irish made quick work of the cavalry. Loki's shout was strategic, and the spooked Holkeen were useless in the battle. Many of their soldiers were trampled in the confusion, and Irish ended the rest. And Inzo worked opposite flanks, and while their men fought, Loki walked straight to the back of the camp. He slew anyone in his way, officers and foot soldiers alike. By the time he reached the command tent, where their leader hid like a coward, he was dripping with the blood of our enemies. He pulled their leader out of the tent by his braid and sliced it off in front of his men. This is what happens to men who call Loki weak. By the time he killed him, it was a mercy. Wow. And that is only the tale of one of the clans who dared attack us, he says. I would tell all of the tales, but they all end the same. We are victorious, and they are sacrificed to the god of war. Gone is his hesitation from our first meeting. Now his eyes are bright and happy, and his voice is strong and sure. And you? Me? This knocks him off stride for some reason. All of your stories are amazing, I say. And they are. He's told me how Irish was tamed by the love of Camille, and how Loki convinced the elders to accept a human as his mate. How they avenged an attack on their own. How they've defended their base throughout countless attacks. But there's nothing about you. What's your story? He has to have one. It's written all across his body. The sword at his side sits in a scabbard that looks well worn. The scar across his face looks as though it's from battle, gnarled and rough and sexy as hell. He's a survivor, like me. Hell, he saved me from certain death, and acts like it was just a casual weekday for him. What must his adventures be like, if that's the case? Doesn't anyone ask him about himself? Then I think back to his awkwardness from earlier. It seems as though he doesn't talk much. And now I'm really confused because he seems like such a sweet, strong, and honest guy. Why wouldn't anyone take the time to get to know him? He finally opens his mouth to speak when Bonnie sticks her head through the door. She looks cheerfully harried and genuinely surprised to see Ignar at my bedside. Oh, Ignar, you're still here. Did I disturb you guys? Yes, I want to shout, but Ignar simply shakes his head, staring at his feet as though they're the most interesting things in the room. Maybe they are. I wouldn't know. He won't tell me. I've always been a sucker for a riddle, and Ignar is definitely that. Just who is this mysterious orc with his mysterious scar? He's out saving lives and bringing cookies and spinning tales that would shame most fireside storytellers, and he does it all without a thought to himself. My entire life, I've hopped from place to place, just surviving. Something about Ignar makes me want to linger. I want to know him, know everything about him, what he dreams about and his favourite food, how old he was when he made his first kill, and what he thinks about in battle. Is he skilled with his right hand or his left? Does he close his eyes when he kisses, or does he leave them open? He's dangerous, and I want more.
Chapter 6. Ignar. I watch as Bonnie fusses around Jane. It is time for Jane's bandages to be changed, and I watch for a second as Jane sits up and allows Bonnie to manipulate her wounds. I do not want to stay longer than I have to, and I do not want to overstay my welcome with Jane either. I do not know if she actually wants me around, and I cannot just linger around simply because I saved her. I have a strict policy about these things, you see. People who I save should not have to owe me anything afterwards. But I do not want to leave. And for a second I feel a strange twisting in my chest as I watched Bonnie fuss around Jane. What do you want? Do you want to be Bonnie right now? Taking care of Jane? I ask myself these questions as I get ready to leave. There is a strange appeal to the thought of taking care of Jane. I get ready to leave because the cocoon that settled around Jane and me has burst. Bonnie's presence has disrupted everything. But I do not want to leave. Right now, Jane is beautiful. Even though she is deathly pale and lying in a hospital bed, I cannot take my eyes off her. It is a strange phenomenon. I've never found a human woman attractive, and I'm not sure whether I find her attractive or if she is simply that beautiful. I do not know. I've been in a strange place ever since meeting Jane. I leave the infirmary then because it is always better to leave the trained professionals up to the healing profession. I am a warrior and an orc. I do not have the delicate hands of the human women who operate the infirmary. I wince at the thought of helping out in the infirmary. It is more tightly run than Loki's best troop of warriors. The infirmary is more well run than even the patrol team. I'm about to step out of the infirmary doors when Jane calls out to me. Ignar! I shiver slightly when she says my name. Will you show me around the camp when I have been released from this place? I turn reluctantly to her. As the leader of the patrol team, I have many responsibilities. I am responsible for ensuring my men remain trained. I'm also in charge of daily threat assessments and compiling reports for Loki. I don't really have the time to play tour guide to a random human woman. I turn to her, about to suggest that Bonnie acts as her guide around the camp. Besides, I'm not quite sure why she would want to spend time with me anyway. The scar on my face, the one that haunts me, tingles slightly as I look at her. It does that sometimes when I am anxious or worn out. I reach for it, stroking it to still the prickling of the skin on my face. Jane's eyes trace my face, stopping at my scar. When her eyes stop to look at my scar, it feels as though my heart stops too. I know that the scar makes me look fearsome. It has scared many humans before. A sort of dark resignation settles on my shoulders. I doubt that she will want to spend any time with me now, even though I decided to be her tour guide the minute I turned and saw her brown eyes looking at me beseechingly. Please. Her voice is softer than it was before. She smiles. She has a wide, generous mouth. She looks, suddenly, tiny in the infirmary bed. Her extremely short hair has grown slightly, but it is still short. Yet her face looks small in comparison to the blonde cap of hair. I could use someone like you to show me around. Someone who knows the camp really, really well. It is as if she doesn't see the scar that mars my face. It is as if she sees a perfect, not scary, not menacing being in front of her. She's speaking to me like she would speak to any of her human friends. The thought that she sees me as normal makes something burn inside me. I have to swallow before I can speak. I do not know if it is because of her smile, or simply because she doesn't care about my scar. It is usually always the first thing that people see about me. It is also usually the first thing that people point out when they meet me. Why does she not care that I am ugly? Why does she not care that I am scary? Her smile grows wider when I step back to her, unconsciously. She only looks at me with kindness. Nothing else. Okay, my voice is gruff when I speak. I do not mind doing that. My voice is also stiff. I roll my neck as subtly as I can. I'm trying to loosen the sudden tension in my shoulders. Thank you. Her voice when she speaks is filled with plain gratitude. I really appreciate it. Bonnie says that I will be discharged in 2 days. Are you sure you'll be okay? I asked her doubtfully, examining the bandages that cover various parts of her body. The wild wolves really mauled her. I can still remember her screams. They pierced my sleep in the night, dragging me out of unconsciousness. Of course I will be fine, Jane says, her face cheerful and determined. I am strong and healing well. How can I say no to her? When she looks at me as though I am unscarred, she makes me feel like I never got scarred at all. Okay then. I cringe at how gruff my voice is. I will be here in 2 days, but please be sure that you are fine to move around. I do not want you to get hurt again. My voice is stern now, and I'm serious about what I say. The thought of her getting hurt again makes me afraid of even letting her leave the infirmary. But I have a feeling that Jane will get her way in the end. She's one of the most determined women I've met in all my years of living. I wave at her and turn to leave. But as I walk out, I realize how unsteadily my heart is beating. It is thumping along faster than it should, and I lift my hand to my chest. Why is she being so friendly to me? None of the other human women have ever been this friendly to us orcs. Aside from a few exceptions, that is. But Jane is kind and friendly and does not seem to mind my scar. Does she want to be my friend? My heart races on even more erratically at the thought. I have not had a friend in a long time. It is hard to be friends with other orcs. We are a violent bunch and are all more focused on war and our next conquest. There is no real time for friendship, and for a long time I did not know what friendship was. When the first humans started living in the camp, I discovered that the humans cherish friendship as much as they do their romantic relationships. It is a fascinating concept for someone like me, who lives among veritable brutes all the time. Is that what Jane wants? Is that what I can have with her? Friendship. It is dark outside when I step out of the outer doors of the infirmary. The evening air is sweet and fragrant. There is also a brisk chill to the air that tells me that soon the seasons will turn. Soon it will become colder than it is now. I walk to my quarters, which are on the far side of the camp. It is on the outskirts of the camp, and gives me a good view of the perimeters of the camp. It also allows me to sound the alarm much earlier than if I lived closer to the center of the camp. Living there does mean that I do not sleep all that much, because I am constantly monitoring the safety of the camp. My quarters are in a small 2-room bungalow. I'm about to enter it when one of my lieutenants on the patrol team comes running out of the darkness. His eyes are wild, and he is breathing heavily. His battle axe swings dangerously by his side. Something is seriously wrong. What is it? I ask him, grabbing him by the shoulders and shaking him. It seems to help because he calms down quickly and takes several deep breaths. Then his eyes focus on me, and he becomes paler than he was before. Captain, he gulps as he speaks. You have to come now. There has been an emergency. I do not wait for him to continue speaking. Instead, I jump inside my bungalow and grab my sheathed sword that hangs ready by my door. I latch it around my hips and set off running in the direction that my lieutenant came from. Whatever triggered the fear in his eyes is a real problem. I only hope that it is not too late yet.
Chapter 7. Jane. Bonnie has finally confirmed that I can be discharged. I should have been discharged last night. But she insisted, that I stay overnight again. She was scared that the wounds on my chest would become infected, even though those wounds are the smallest. But what I have come to learn about Bonnie is that she is a worrier. I enjoyed being looked after for the time that I was in the infirmary, though. I cannot deny that. I cannot help but look around as Bonnie and I walk out of the infirmary. I had thought that Ignar would come to see me again while I was still in the infirmary. and I am slightly disappointed that he did not. As Bonnie leads me to the dormitories, I wonder if it was my behaviour that pushed Ignar away. I thought he liked me and wanted to be friends with me when he last visited me. But maybe I was too forward when I asked him to be my guide around the camp. What else could have happened? I feel like I owe him for saving my life. Because when I shut my eyes, I can still see the wolves on top of me. Their teeth were so sharp, and they were relentless with their claws. During my nights in the infirmary, in the moments before Bonnie's medicine kicked in, I was haunted. I was being haunted by the wolves. I could still feel their hot, stale breath on my face. They must have had a meal of an animal days before they attacked me. I could still smell the stench of rotting meat on their breath. I woke up in a cold sweat almost 3 times every night, and I do not think I will ever sleep well again. And that is why I owe Ignar. Because without him, my wounds would have been worse. Or, God's forbid, I would have been dead. I need to thank him. And I hope that if I spend time with him, I will figure out how to thank him. And if friendship comes with that, then I wouldn't mind. I don't really know anyone in this place. The other orcs border on menacing, and the humans are all caught up in their established lives. Thus far, Bonnie and Ignar are the only ones who have taken an interest in me. And to be quite honest, there is only so much of Bonnie's twittering that any one human or orc can take. The other human settlers are waiting for Bonnie and I a few paces away from the infirmary. Together we all head for the dormitories. When Bonnie explained the living situation, I thought I would be sharing a bedroom with the other human women. I do not mind that at all, considering that I did not have much of a roof over my head before coming here. But I realise, as I step inside the dormitory allocated to me, that I have been very wrong in my assumptions. Instead of a shared space, Bonnie is showing me to a small room that I will have all to myself. It is actually 2 rooms. One section is a small washroom. It is partitioned off from the rest of the room with a heavy wooden door. The other section comprises of a bedroom and small kitchen, all in one. It is spacious enough that it actually feels like 2 rooms in one. There is a bed, a chest of drawers, and a small desk. There is also an uncomfortable-looking armchair with a pillow in the middle. I cannot help but burst into tears as I sit down heavily in the armchair. I have never been this comfortable in my life. "Oh dear," Bonnie says, coming over to pat me awkwardly on the shoulder. "It's okay. I'm sorry," I murmur, wiping away my tears. It is okay. I felt the same way when I came here for the first time. I could finally stop running. I stand up and look around again. The washroom is perfectly clean, and there are even copious amounts of cleaning supplies for me to use. I head over to the kitchen area. When I open a box that stands on the table, it is filled with fresh fruit and vegetables. There is clean water in a large canister, and when I go over to the bed, the sheets are perfectly clean. I turn to Bonnie. "Is it like this for everyone?" I ask her. She smiles and nods. "Why don't you come with me? I'll introduce you to the others." When we leave my room, we enter a common area on the floor above us. "I cannot believe that this is happening to me," I exclaim as I meet all the settlers. They all look happy and well fed. "I'm Ruby," one of the women introduces herself to me. "And welcome here. We are all so happy. We don't have to hide anymore." The others all shake their heads in happy agreement. Slowly they all introduce themselves to me. I discover that they also all have jobs, which they are paid for. Most of the men work in the farming section of the camp. They look after the crops or livestock. Some of them act as security guards around the dormitories. The women work in the kitchens, schools, warehouses, gardens, and even with the leaders of the clan. "Yes, I work as a cook in the kitchens," Ruby says proudly. She is a pretty girl, slightly younger than me, with bright eyes. The orcs eat in a communal hall and they eat a lot. After Bonnie hands me a box with some clean clothes in it, I go back down to my room. Ruby follows me. She looks surprised when she enters my room. "My room wasn't this nice," she says with an innocent kind of envy. You're so lucky, and once you find work that you like, you'll be even happier. How do I find work? I ask her curiously. We can look in the departments for work for you. Ruby flits around my room, exclaiming quietly at all the features. You can apply to work in the kitchens if you can cook. Ruby goes on to explain that the cooks work for 24 hours each day, in shifts. I realise, as I stand there listening to her, that my back, neck and hands are aching. Maybe Bonnie was right, I think tiredly. Maybe I wasn't ready to be discharged yet. Streaks of pain spark and tumble across my skin and into my muscles. But then I listen to Ruby, becoming slightly annoyed. She is going on and on about the virtues of the women joining the cooking or cleaning staff. I know she is proud of her work, but there are no signs that I know there are other jobs for women she isn't discussing. But I am quite sure that none of the women, or human men, work directly with the orcs. None of them would be on the patrol team, and with that thought, my mind is set. I want to join the patrol team, I say firmly. I put my box of clothes on the desk and start sorting through it. Ruby is silent for a moment. Are you crazy? She hisses then. You're a human woman. You cannot join the patrol team. I turn back to her, frowning. Why not? I have the right to apply. I tell her, my voice blunt. Bonnie comes into the room then, looking to see if I have settled in. Ruby bursts into speech before I can say anything. She wants to join the patrol team instead of being a cook. Bonnie's face becomes a frown right away. You could apply, she says slowly, but it won't be easy. No one will be happy with that decision. I don't care, I say firmly. A smile lingers around Bonnie's mouth as she watches me. I can fight, I am fast, and I have killed countless wild animals. Let's not forget how you ended up in my infirmary in the first place, Bonnie says kindly. Heat rises to my face, but I shake my head determinedly. Have you ever slain an orc? Ruby asks me. When I turn to her, her eyes are wide with fear and her breathing is erratic. Strange that someone who I have only just met is so frightened for my well-being. Is everyone like that here? Do people actually care about each other here? I shake my head slowly. Well, that's what the patrol team fights here. Wild, bloodthirsty orcs. You're making a bad decision. Ruby's voice is stronger this time. She is doing her best, I realise, to dissuade me from joining the patrol team. But it can't be that bad. I can learn how to fight, and I can train. With weapons, I can be as good as any orc. Another streak of pain shoots through both my hands and I double over, gasping. Bonnie comes over to me and leads me to the armchair. You should rest, the woman says kindly, and you shouldn't make any decisions right away. And you should give up this idea of joining the patrol team, Ruby says fiercely. How will I know that I cannot do it if I don't try? I ask Ruby tiredly. Besides, if I hadn't been there, we wouldn't have escaped the orcs that chased us. You're asking for a death sentence, Ruby says. Her voice is harder than I thought she was capable of. Before I can answer, there is a knock on my new door. Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you.
Chapter 8. Ignar. I made sure to complete all my assigned tasks for the morning before I head over to see Jane. I do not want anything to interfere with my visit to her. I have not seen her since I visited her last in the infirmary. I know that she has been moved to a dormitory room. I am relieved by this news, because I know that it means she has healed well. I'm slightly apprehensive when I knock on her door, and maybe I have a right to be, because seconds later, it is wrenched open, and standing there, breathing heavily, is Jane. Her dark, bright eyes flash dangerously, and her cheeks are red. She looks furious. "What happened to you?" I ask her right away. She clears her throat and steps aside, allowing me into the small room she now calls home. Inside is another human woman who freezes up at the sight of me. I do not miss the small gasp that escapes the other human woman. I also do not miss how Jane rolls her eyes. I wonder if the other human woman has upset Jane. That has to be the case. I do not think it is my sudden presence that has upset her. In fact, Jane actually looks calmer and comes to stand slightly closer to me. She's close enough that I can smell her scent. I swallow as my mouth and throat go dry. I'm not sure why this is happening. When I look down at Jane, she is smiling up at me. My skin goes cold and gooseflesh rises on my arms. Why does my heart suddenly beat as though it is trying to get out of my chest? "I'm going to leave," the other woman says. She sidles around the room, avoiding me as best she can, though the space is small. Of course she is afraid of me. I cannot help but feel slightly depressed at that, even if Jane is smiling at me, because it means that there is another human I have frightened. I know it is my face, my height, and my bulkiness. To them I look like a monster, except for Jane, apparently. Jane looks at the woman with dark, flint-like eyes, and she rolls her eyes again once the woman shuts the door with a small bang. I clear my throat, standing there, not quite sure what to do. "Don't worry about her. Ruby is a bit of an idiot, I think." Jane snaps the words out, going over to her small kitchen sink and washing her hands. She winces as the water runs over her hands. She is afraid of me. I shrug. I've accepted that I am frightening, for the most part. It still stings sometimes. "My scar makes me more frightening," I say, my voice as nonchalant as I can make it. Jane shrugs too and frowns again. "You should not be ashamed of your scars. They're a badge of honor. They show that you're a valiant warrior." My smile, when I do smile, is awkward at first, but I relax further as Jane starts humming. She is unpacking some produce that the orcs arranged for her to have. I'm still smiling self-consciously when she turns to look at me. For a second, her eyes widen a fraction. Her lower lip drops open slightly. I stop smiling instantly. Is she afraid of me now? Was she lying? Is my smile more of a grimace than an actual smile? "What is it?" I ask her, afraid of the answer. I reach up to touch my face. I did eat before coming to visit her. "Is there something on my face?" I cannot hide the anxiety in my voice. "No, no," she says hastily. "I was just thinking that you have a lovely smile. You look good when you smile." Her voice is bright and friendly, and my heart is thumping like a baby suru again. When will I get used to her compliments? Never, probably. No one has ever complimented me before. Not on my looks anyway. I've always received compliments on my leadership skills and my fighting skills, and even those compliments have been sort of backhanded. Orcs are very competitive, and while I know I'm a good leader and fighter, many orcs only admit it begrudgingly. Jane coughs slightly, and I think she is embarrassed too. Her cheeks are red again, and I decide to speak before things become more awkward. I've only felt embarrassed like this once before, when I walked in on one of the other orcs with his human mate. They were all over one another, and I walked into the wrong room accidentally. I clear my throat before I speak. "Why were you upset when I walked in? Was it the other woman?" And then I add, "And I'm sorry I wasn't able to visit sooner. A lot of things have been happening." A sudden change overtakes Jane. She stands up straighter and her jaw tightens. Her eyes become brighter. I do not know what has brought on the sudden change of mood within her. Did it happen while you were patrolling? She asks me suddenly. I'm taken aback by her question. She does not seem angry that I have been unable to visit. Instead, she seems curious. Why don't you sit down and tell me? She gestures at the armchair. I nod stiffly and sit down while Jane keeps standing, leaning against a table. Well, I start, still unsure as to why she is so interested. After I visited you the last time, I was heading to my quarters. I was not part of the night shift patrol. She nods, crossing her arms over her chest. I cannot help but notice how muscular her arms and legs are. They are lean, but her body is evidence of hard work. I swallow again. The lines of her body call to me for some reason, and I clear my throat. Why do I feel this way around this tiny human woman? I continue recounting the events of the past few nights. Anyway, I was supposed to be resting, but instead, several wild orcs attacked a caravan close to the base. I spent most of my time tightening up security. How does that work? She asks me quickly. Her curiosity still baffles me. I explained the various protocols we have in place to protect our camp and the human settlers. We try to calm down the wild orcs. Under Loki's orders, we do not just kill with abandon. We are trained soldiers. But these orcs could not be calmed and had to be put down. Which weapons do you use to fight other orcs? I cannot help but wonder about her history before she turned up here, before I saved her. She does not ask me questions like other human women, those who deign to speak to me anyway. Instead, Jane speaks like a soldier, or a hunter. She speaks like someone who knows exactly what I've experienced as a captain on the patrol team. So you ended up killing all those wild orcs? There's a hint that Jane is awestruck. Yes, we did. Do you ever take prisoners? She continues asking questions. We try not to. We don't really have the space for it. And what are the rules that the patrol team has to follow? She asks me then. Now I'm really confused. I'm starting to think that she does not want to speak to me or spend time with me. It seems that all she is focused on is the patrol team, but it does not matter. I want to spend time with her, so I will answer every question she asks me. As long as it keeps me close to her. Well, there aren't very many rules. Orcs are smart, and we are good at working as a team or on our own. The most important rules are that we have to keep up with training, and we have to report to our commander every morning and evening. Okay. Jane suddenly feels very far away, even though she is standing only a few paces away from me. She seems to be mulling over the information. Then she asks me a question that threatens to tip me over, even in the sturdy, albeit uncomfortable armchair. How do I apply to join the patrol team? What? The word comes out midway between a shout and a hiss. She repeats herself as if she did not just ask me an impossible question. How do I apply to join the patrol team? I would like to join. I think I have the skills to help you all out. You want to join the patrol team? My voice is devoid of emotion as I look at her. Again, I take in the lines of her body. This time I'm not admiring her. I'm sizing her up. She is tiny. Compared to every orc in this camp, she is a slight little thing. She might be tall for a human woman. She might be strong for a human woman. But compared to us, she is a toothpick. Why on earth would she want to join?
Chapter 9. Jane. Patrol? Ignar doesn't bother to hide his shock, but this time his blatant honesty makes my fists clench. As if that's not bad enough, he looks me up and down in an appraising sort of way before shaking his head in disbelief. You? He's worse than Ruby, maybe because his opinion matters more. Yes, me. My voice is clipped. Patrol is dangerous, he says. He speaks as though I'm a riled-up animal he's trying to soothe. His silky, calm voice only does the opposite, and a fire roars to life in my chest with every word he speaks. It's not easy, especially for a human. Orcs aren't welcoming of weakness on patrol, and for a woman to join, I'm worried you'll be hurt. His frown turns severe. Or worse. The fire swirls out of control. It's an inferno of rage, and I'm caught in the centre, especially for a human. Does he think I'm some kind of pet, meant to be kept busy? I've already been hurt. You were there. I held off more wolves on my own than many orcs could manage. Maybe not as many as him, but... Ugh, that only pisses me off even more. Does he think I like having to think 10 steps ahead of the enemy instead of relying on brute strength alone? I'd give anything for the strength of an orc, but my own strength is still nothing to sneeze at. It's kept me alive this long, hasn't it? I want to be valuable to this base and I can't bake. I'm no doctor or cook or... I can fight. Why won't he believe that I can fight? Is there something wrong with being a human? I demand. My voice is probably too loud, but I can't make myself care. With being a woman, at that? Is it my fault I was born this way? You spent nearly an hour telling me all the ways this base is good for humans, right? That you don't think we're less than you. Was that all just some sort of elaborate lie to make yourself feel better? No, Or is it just that I'm a woman? I should just live in the kitchens, is that it? I snarl. You baking is some kind of joke, but I'm supposed to... What? Just be a natural at it, because I don't have a No, not at all. His hands are spread beseechingly in front of him, as though he's surrendering, and his eyes are so wide they form a huge white ring around his pupils. I never said anything like that. Please. With effort, I leash my temper, and it's one hell of an effort. Adrenaline is a beast, and I'm chock full of it at the moment. It served me well in the past. Where most people would have given up, I got angry. But it's not going to help me here. I have to get myself under control somehow, even though all I want to do is smash my hospital bed against the wall. It's just that you're very small. I gape at him, almost impressed with his ability to find the exact wrong thing to say. He smiles at me, as though he's made a salient point. I glare at him, because he has no idea how hard I'm trying not to throw something right now. I just want to do my part. There, that's calm enough, isn't it? To help the base. The only way I know how to do that is to fight. You might think I'm small, but I'm good at fighting. I've been fighting my entire life. Ignar snaps his fingers. Hunting! You could be a hunter. A hunter is not a fighter. It's not that I can't hunt. Out of necessity, I'm skilled enough at the task. But ever since Ignar spoke with me before, I've had a chance to wonder about what I enjoy doing in life. What would I want to do every day if I had the choice? What am I the best at? In my old settlement, I enjoyed keeping watch. The responsibility hung easy on my shoulders, and I know from experience that my eyes are keen, my eyes are sharp, and I can fight like no other human I've known. I never give up. Isn't that wasted on catching a deer or tracking a rabbit? I know that I'm capable of so much more, and I thought Ignar believed so too. It's better than being on patrol, he says, as though he's not on patrol. Why doesn't he hunt if it's so amazing? Many humans are hunters. It doesn't matter that you're so little because you make up for it by being sneaky. Small. Sneaky. Could he look down on me any more for being human? He thinks I'm weak and incapable, but I just want the right to try. Why is that so impossible? He looks at me hopefully. Should I talk to some hunters and see if... I'm joining the patrol team. He sighs, shaking his head. But he doesn't look surprised this time. Jane, if you aren't supporting me, then you can be quiet about it. I don't want to hear any more nonsense about me being small and weak and helpless. You can just think it to yourself and apologise when you finally realise how wrong you are. My voice wobbles a bit on that, but not because I'm sad. I'm so furious my hands are shaking. I thought that he'd admired me, at least a little bit. He'd looked as though he had, after he saved me and brought me cookies. And maybe it had bolstered my ego a bit to have an orc like him think I was brave. It's more of a letdown than I thought to have him think otherwise, but I've spent my life proving people wrong. I'll do it again. It's not that I think, he says, then trails off thoughtfully. He's looking at my hands, clenched tightly in the hospital bedding, at the scars that gnarl and twist them. I don't think you're helpless. I think you're too brave for your own good, maybe. Fighters like you find glory, but sometimes, too often, they find... Ignar shakes his head and looks directly at me, still thoughtful. I've raged and yelled, and he looks as calm as he did when he first arrived. I just want to help you. If you think being on patrol is what you want, then maybe I can help with that if you'll let me? My anger burns out almost as quickly as it ignited. He doesn't think I'm less than him or helpless. His responsibility is for the entire patrol. He can't let anyone bring down their effectiveness. If he's willing to let me prove myself, then that's all I can ask. You don't have to make a decision this second about applying. Why don't you observe a patrol first and see if it's what you really want? I'm sorry. I force my hands to release the bedding and take a deep breath. I have a bit of a temper. I've seen worse. His smile softens. Would you like to tour the base with me tomorrow? Get a feel for everything? How about tonight? There's no time like now. I half expect him to balk at my eagerness, but he takes it in stride. I get the feeling Ignar takes a lot of things in stride. For an orc, he's almost unflappable. While I appreciate his calm demeanour, it makes something inside of me desperate to know what he looks like when he's riled up. We'll go to the guardhouse where the patrol members stay. His eyes trail down to my legs, and for a second I almost blush, but then I realise he's checking me to see how well I've healed. And that's another reason to feel a bit like a fool. I assumed he was worried about taking on a woman to the patrol, but he was also concerned about my injuries. I must look well enough, because he nods approvingly. It's a 30-minute walk. There are rules you'll need to know. Patrol has a strict curfew even during festivals. We aren't allowed to drink ourselves stupid. We have to be ready at any time. That won't be a problem. I'm habitually ready for a fight at any time. I just nod in agreement. He continues. Base itself has a curfew. Loki gives out passes, signed by the elders. You'll need to know how to check for those. Patrol groups usually maneuver in groups of 4, but always in pairs. No one goes out alone. That's very important. I work best on my own, but I nod again. I'm not so arrogant to think that I can rewrite the rules of the base. Even if I've fought alone before. Even if I've spent countless nights alone, watching over my settlement as everyone else sleeps. I'm not completely unreasonable. There are several signals to know. Even if you don't join the patrol, you'll hear them eventually on base, and I don't want you caught unaware. The first is... A roar of anger drowns him out, and we both jump. His eyes narrow, calculating and shrewd, and his arm travels to his scabbard, resting just above it. This is the Ignar who goes out on patrol, the Ignar who fights. As he sets off towards the furious roar, I follow closely behind. Ignar looks like he's setting off for a battle, and my adrenaline roars back to life again. He wanted to see what I'm made of. I'm about to show him.
Chapter 10. Ignar. I can hear the bedlam coming from the guardhouse from several distances away. And it is deafening, even though I am not that close by. I shake my head exhaustedly. I know that a fight has broken out. The other orcs have never been able to control themselves, and I break into a run. When orcs fight, everyone knows about it. I am not sure what I hope to accomplish except to stop the fight. Loki will not be pleased if half his contingent kills themselves in a fight. But I also understand. They are frustrated. Our clan very rarely goes to war with other clans, and orcs are naturally aggressive. We are creatures, beasts, built for war, and we are not being allowed to participate in our natural pastime. But Loki does not like going into battle needlessly, and I agree. Even if I can feel the burning in the pit of my stomach when a fight breaks out. The burning that spreads throughout my body, urging me to join the fight. It is a violent burn that leaves a damaging mark behind. The burn goes away for the most part. The marks heal. The beast, the wanton desire for war, remains. Nevertheless, There is a fight I can jump into now. I almost salivate at the thought of it as I run into the guardhouse. None of the other orcs fighting even notice me when I burst through the doors. The brawl has already claimed countless chunks of flesh, tufts of hair, and several teeth. And before me, rolling around on the ground, are two orcs, beating each other so brutally that even I wince. I know that if they do not stop fighting soon, they will cause more of a mess than they already have, and when this gets back to Loki, he'll have all our heads. Two more orcs are pulled into the fight, as though they read my mind and chose to disobey me. They throw punches left and right, pulling on hair and pinching one another. I'm also disgusted by the lack of gracefulness in their movements. These orcs are trained with battle axes, swords, maces, and whips. Yet, I have seen adolescent orcs fight more elegantly than these buffoons. I see my moment when two of the orcs come whirling towards me. I stick my foot out, tripping them, and grab them both before they can fall. I throw the orc that I hold with my right hand against the guardhouse wall. I whack the other one in the stomach with the fist, and I can practically hear the breath being beaten out of his body. But there are still two orcs fighting on the floor below me, oblivious to my presence. I look to my left and see that Jane has slipped into the guardhouse behind me. I cannot help the double flickers of annoyance and fear that surges through me at the sight of her. She's putting herself in direct danger by even being close to the guardhouse. Orcs have the potential to go berserk when they give into the fight, and at that point it is too late to stop the fight. And at that point, the orcs do not care who they hurt. Friend or foe, nothing will stop them from hurting anyone around them. And even though Jane is a strong woman, she is still human. And in a room full of orcs, she looks tiny, almost delicate, even if she is slightly taller and more muscular than other human women. I shove the orcs in front of me away and step in front of Jane. Letting her get hurt now will be a disaster. Stop it! Everyone in the guardhouse jumps at the sound of my bellow. All of you! The two orcs slow down and I kick both of them. They growl at me, but I growl right back. You're all degenerates, and Loki will hear of this. I swear this to you. I speak through gritted teeth. I salivated at the thought of joining the fight, and my nerve ends are rubbed raw with keeping the beast still inside me. But I realized then that it brought me no satisfaction. I cannot suppress the low rumbling that reverberates through my chest. The room is deathly quiet, and the orcs look at me fearfully. The threat of Loki is enough to shut any of them up. Cool off, all of you. I mutter the words. An ache is building at the nape of my neck. I don't care how you do it, but if I discover that you are fighting again, I will break all your arms and legs for you. I do not care who started the fight, or why they were fighting in the first place. It is pointless asking. I turn then and grab Jane by her arm, pulling her gently out of the guardhouse behind me. She doesn't protest, and when we step outside, where I can see her more clearly, her eyes are wide and fixed. She has never seen anything like orcs fighting, I think grimly. This is how it is all the time. My voice is rough and dark. I swallow several times before I can continue speaking. We aren't your little human men who you human women can get in between. We're twice your size and are naturally violent. And we are always fighting. Do you truly think you can get between that? I know I have hit some kind of soft spot for her because her bright brown eyes flash sharply. She lifts her head, sticking her chin out. I can do it. I can do whatever you can do. I notice the lighter brown flecks in her eyes then. Her eyes are multicolored, a kaleidoscope of every shade of brown. My skin prickles and my heart starts thumping unsteadily. I have to swallow again. Several of the orcs, those not involved in the fights, have wandered outside. They come to stand around us now. I can do whatever you can do, Jane repeats. She takes a deep breath. I may not be able to fight any of you, but I am smaller, smarter, and I can keep my calm. The orcs around us burst into raucous, ugly laughter. I struggle to keep the pitying smile off my face. That will never happen. Loki will be laughing at you for the rest of both your lives. An orc, Ritsen says. And humans aren't always smarter than orcs. We're not idiots just because we were built for fighting. Another orc, one I do not know, calls this out. Many orcs shout their agreement. I know it is a hard thing for the orcs, being seen as dim, as stupid. As an orc myself, I feel the same way. I know how intelligent I am. I know how intelligent Loki is. And yet, the dark elves and humans alike look down on us. You're just a weakling, Ryzen says. Like all humans, you will never be able to make it among us. At least my brain is in my head and not my fists. Jane shoots back instantly. She is trying to act unbothered, but I can smell the anger that roils and rolls off her. Her face is red, where her blood and body heat has risen to her cheeks. Her small hands, small in comparison to mine, are balled into fists. I step closer to her as the orcs around us crow and spit at the insults. Ryzen is about to respond, but I raise my hand. Silence falls. My own anger has bloomed, becoming swollen in my chest. My anger wants to fight. Enough, all of you! Then I take Jane by her wrist and pull her away from the crowd. You are a fool, I mutter fiercely at her. You are a fool for going up against an orc. I hear when her breath catches in her throat, and I do not miss the way her eyes widen with anger. I told you I can do it, she hisses back. No, you cannot. And you are asking for a death sentence if you continue like this. She rips her hand out of mine, and I also do not miss the way she winces. I look down, noting again how scarred her hands are. They are slightly mottled in some places where scar tissue has grown to cover up her past wounds. It is astounding what the body will do to protect itself. Her scar tissue reminds me of the healing magic that the elves wield. Do her scars still hurt? Are they still painful? Did she wince because my touch was too rough? Did I hurt her? I hope I did not hurt her. She's been hurt enough. Her face goes blank then, becoming devoid of emotion. But it does not matter. I can still smell the smoke of anger about her. She's trying desperately to control herself. What do you want from me? I'm doing the best I can, and even if it is impossible, I'm not going to give up. She spits the words at me, and then, turning sharply, she storms off. Jane is going in the direction of the dormitories and is walking so fast she could be running.
Chapter 11. Jane. I cannot, I will not, accept that Ignar could be right. I will not. And maybe I am insane for not accepting it. But I have always been stubborn. So sticking to this like a dog with a bone in its maw is exactly what I always do. I know Ignar is infuriated by me. I caught the annoyed look he threw me as I walked away to the dormitories last night. I know that he is annoyed because I am just another thing he has to take care of, another person to babysit. As if looking after the orcs wasn't work enough. But I do not care. I did not ask him to take care of me. Now I lay in bed, looking up at the underside of the bunk above me. I am alone in the dormitories now. None of the other human women are here. Instead, they were all up early to tend to the kitchens and the cleaning. I do not have to wake up that early, not since announcing that I am joining the patrol team. I could not miss the way the other human women looked at me like I am crazy. Right now, I do not care. They are not exactly the first to think that I have gone completely off my samana. I will have to get up eventually, because I need to train. It is the only way for me to prove to Ignar and every other male orc that I can join the patrol team. I have always been physically strong and fit, thanks to growing up among a crowd of boys. My father always made sure that I could fight, and he always made sure that I did as much physical work as the men in the village. It was important to him that I could take care of myself at all times. And it was important to me too. That is why I have always made sure to keep up with my physical fitness, which is why I cannot see myself working in the kitchens or cleaning up after the orcs. Eventually I have to get up and I sit up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. Before I stand, I look down at my hands. They have healed nicely, but they will never be the same again. I never had beautiful hands, even before the attack. They were calloused and hard from manual labour, and I had always thought that my fingers were slightly stubby and too short. But even so, my heart twists in my chest as I look down at the scars. I have to choke down a sob as I get up and head to the bathing room. I cannot let anyone see me cry, let alone any of the orcs. Gossip spreads faster among the orcs than it ever did in the human villages. I would never live it down if the orcs discovered that I cried. In the bathing room, I used the last little bit of warm water that was left for me by the other women. I have to admit that I have not become used to the luxury of having soap and warm water, so I revel in it while washing, before drying off and pulling on my clothes. I have a pair of boots, some trousers, and a shirt. They're all men's clothing, but I can move more comfortably in them. Then I head out to the training area of the clan's camp. I can hear the fight from outside the dormitory when I step out into the sunlight. I technically have not been allowed into the training area yet, and while I have decided to join the patrol team, Loki has not actually agreed yet. I am hoping that today will be the day that I am allowed to join. The fight, when I walk up closer to it, is brutal and gruesome. 2 orcs fight in a makeshift ring, and bloodstains are smattered all over the place. I see instantly that some of the bloodstains are old, and some are brand new and still drying. They are beasts, monsters even. I do not think that even the strongest human man can go up against them. I jump when I feel something brush against me. Is an orc carrying me into a fight? What are you doing? The words come out halfway between a gasp and a scream. But when I turn, it is Loki standing behind me. Why are you here, human girl? There is no threat or malice in his voice. Instead, he simply looks interested. He stands tall, with his arms behind his back. I cannot help but notice the differences between him and the other orcs. He is dressed neatly, and he does not have a hair out of place. Every other orc always looks dishevelled, and they usually have one bloodstain on them. Except for Ignar, of course. I brush thoughts of him away as anger and frustration cloud my mind. I am here, I answer Loki, because I am interested in joining your soldiers, especially the patrol team. His eyes widen a fraction, but he does not look that shocked. A slow, infuriating smirk stretches across his face. He looks me up and down. You're such a small thing, he murmurs, almost distractedly. Is he calling me weak? The voice in my head is furious. But even though I want to confront him, a lump has risen in my throat. A lump that I cannot swallow. I can barely breathe, let alone speak. What could you even offer the patrol team? You cannot fight orcs, you've just been mauled by wild wolves. I can do it. My voice is hoarse when I speak. You say that now. Loki's voice is thoughtful. But I cannot let my hopes rise yet. It takes a strong soul to be on the team. Bravery, strategy, they play into it too. Many orcs forget that. Loki shakes his head. But while I do not doubt your mind, I do fear for your body. I can do it, if you give me a chance. This time my voice is stronger. I don't know. But follow me. Maybe you should see the truth of things. He turns sharply, smartly, almost clicking his heels. I realise then that Loki does not walk. He marches. Troop 1! He calls to a particularly large group of orcs. This young lady would like to see you fight like you are fighting an enemy, like your life depends on it. The orcs do not need any further invitation. They leap at each other, abandoning all thought and civility. They do not fight, I see with a shudder. They tear, they rip, they beat. I watch as the 2 orcs closest to me lunge at one another. The smaller one, who is about 4 times larger than I am, is unconscious within minutes. But instead of letting up and proclaiming victory, the other orc continues beating him to a pulp. Loki just stands there and does not put a stop to it. The other orcs fight the same way. They fight with ruthless abandon, and I feel almost nauseous watching them. 2 more orcs are beaten unconscious. Then only the last 2, biggest orcs, are still standing. Wincing and stepping away from them is a reflex that I am immediately ashamed of. Surprisingly, Loki does not smile mockingly, as I had expected him to. Instead, he moves in front of me, as though to shield me from any possible blows that might come my way. When Loki finally calls for them to stop, the orcs tear away from one another, snarling and growling. And me? I am shaking, shivering, shuddering, with fear and disgust and 1,000 other emotions that I cannot quantify. Suddenly, my mind is dragged back to the dormitories, and I am surrounded by the human women. They are all looking at me like I am crazy. And I must be. I could never fight an orc. I would be dead within seconds. But soon my shaking stops. My breathing returns to normal. And I replay the fight over and over in my mind. Instead of being afraid, I am intrigued. I analyse each movement that each orc makes. Suddenly, I see myself going into battle, bloodthirsty and half-naked. Am I more like the mad orcs than I dare to admit? After the initial shock, it does seem that way. I can feel a new determination rising in me, and I know that I am furrowing my brow. I always do that when I'm about to dig my heels in and fight. And looking back, I realise that I have been fighting all my life. That is how my father raised me after all. Why wouldn't I relate to the orcs? Loki turns to me then. He is silent at first, examining my face, his eyes glittering. "You've seen how we operate," he begins. He glances back at the orcs. "You have seen how we fight. That is how we fight in battle." "Yes." I stick my chin out, and I know my eyes are fierce. I must look so silly to the large orc in front of me. "I have seen it. So." Loki leans closer. He looks me up and down again. "Do you still want to join?"
Chapter 12, Ignar. I am about to have a heart attack. That is what the humans call it, when your heart is under so much stress that it comes to a complete stop. I can feel that happening right now. My chest is tight and my breathing is labored. My morning started off fine. I was part of the morning patrol team. I spent most of it on the outskirts of the clan's compound. All was fine and quiet. All I had to do was walk around periodically, my sword in hand. I ensured that there weren't any breaches in our defenses until the afternoon bell rang. Then I headed back for the shift change, and that was when my morning started going downhill. Because when I walked into the guardhouse, I heard the thing that would make my chest tighten up like a Samnak's tail. "I cannot believe that Loki allowed her to join." This was whispered by one of the orcs who stood some ways away from me. Yes, imagine fighting alongside a human girl. I can't even think of it. I knew exactly who they were speaking about, of course. My heart started thumping out of control instantly, and I stormed out. Now I'm on my way to Loki's chambers. He has large rooms within the camp where he lives with his mate. He also uses part of it as a war room. That is where I am headed right now. I almost break into a run in my haste to get there. And all I can think of as I hurry to Loki's rooms is Jane, the human girl who is so fragile yet does not notice it. The human girl who is determined to fight alongside orcs. The human girl who is making my heart twist and thump irrationally. The human girl who makes my skin prickle. The human girl who sends sparks dancing across my tongue and in my brain. How can Loki do this? How can he swear to protect humans and then put her life in direct danger? The voice in my head demands answers, and I growl in response. I will get those answers, no matter what it does to me, even if it means that Loki will have to discipline me. I stalk into his quarters, throwing open the doors. "Loki, I demand an audience!" I shout. He looks up at me and beckons for me to come forward. "How could you do it?" I do not let him speak. My anger has overtaken me, and the words flow from my mouth in a rush. "Have you lost your mind completely, Loki? She is a fragile human woman, surrounded by orcs who could kill her entirely by accident. You've turned the patrol team, my team, into a joke. She is small and weak and a complete liability." I continue ranting, airing my thoughts on the absolutely stupid, rash decision that Loki has made. Loki has stopped trying to interject and simply looks up at me. But then I notice as his eyes flicker away from me and his lips press into a thin line. I stop as a cold feeling overtakes me. My skin is prickling again. Sparks dance across my tongue as I turn around. And there she is, staring daggers at me as though she would like to rip my throat out. And I do not blame her, because it is clear from Loki's expression that she heard most, if not all, of what I had to say about her. Jane clears her throat then, crossing her arms over her chest. Her brown eyes are dark, darker than they have ever been before. I'm a liability. Her voice is fierce and dark and sharp, and her voice stings as though she has shot me with poisonous darts. She looks ready to launch herself at me. I take a step back. Loki gives a muffled laugh behind me. He knows that in this moment I am truly afraid of Jane. I know that anger is fuel. Every orc I know does not fight with brute force alone. They use their anger, their rage, their fury to push them forwards. Every orc is angry, all the time. That is what makes us such good fighters. And right now, Jane is angry enough that she might actually be able to hurt me. I hold up my hands, trying to calm her down. I'm just worried about you, Jane. When did I learn to speak soothingly? I am crazy with worry about what joining the patrol team will do to you. I do not plan out my words. I did not even know I was feeling that way. But my words are true as soon as I say it. Why do you need to be worried? Her voice is a hiss. She spits the words at me. You are nothing to me. I'm nothing to you. You have no right to make any kind of decision for me. I take another step back. This time I am not afraid. Instead, I can feel my heartbeat slowing down. My body has gone cold. My face is numb. It feels as though she has slapped me across the face with those words. I'm quiet, and Jane continues. She's ranting now, and I do not blame her. How many times do we have to talk about this? How many times do I have to prove to you that I am good enough to be on this team? Her voice has risen about 5 octaves, and I can feel Loki wincing behind me. Why do you even care if I get hurt, Ignar? You don't even know me that well. We don't know each other at all. Why do you keep trying to interfere in my business? The entire camp is quiet, and I am sure that everyone is listening to her. Her scent stretches across the room towards me. It beckons me. I want to step closer to her. But why? Why do I care if she gets hurt? Why does it matter to me that her scent is so intoxicating that I cannot think straight when I'm around her? Why does she make my skin prickle? Is it because she is the first human who was not afraid of me at first sight? Is it because I find her bravery and tenacity attractive, even if I will not admit it to myself? Is it because I find her breathtakingly beautiful? I remember seeing Loki with his mate for the first time. I remember the look in his eyes. And I know that when I look at Jane, I look exactly the same way. Am I falling for her? Have I fallen for her? The little human woman with the scarred hands and the fire in her eyes? How could this be happening? I think furiously to myself. How could I let this happen? Why was I not paying attention to how I felt about her? If you truly believe that I am a liability, Jane is saying. I force myself to listen. Then I challenge you to a fight, so that I can prove my abilities. Or are you too scared? There is a taunt in her voice. A taunt that would make any orc warrior proud. I will not fight you! My voice when I speak is wooden. Her jaw is set, her chin sticking out defiantly. I will never fight a human woman. So you think we're all weak then? She continues to challenge me. Why did you save me then? If I am such a liability, then my very existence in this place is a liability. Behind me, Loki laughs again, though this time not so muffled. He does not even care to hide his obvious mirth any longer. That is not what I said. I try to keep my voice calm. No, but that is what you were thinking. Jane is calmer now, but her voice is still hard and sharp. "And you are a coward and a hypocrite. You call me weak, but will not let me prove that I am strong. You call me a liability, yet you didn't hesitate to bring me into your home." And with that, Jane storms out. I stand frozen for a second. Then I turn to Loki. When I speak, my voice is hoarse. "Why didn't you stop me?" I do not wait for his reply before I stalk out of his office. I do not follow Jane because I'm quite sure she does not want to see me right now. As I walk across the courtyard, working to calm myself down, I think of her words and how much they hurt. She was right. We were nothing to one another. We did not know each other at all, and I had no right to protect her. There was no reason for me to interfere in her business. Jane had been right about it all. I sit down on a nearby tree stump, my head in my hands as I try to sort through my thoughts. I do not know why her words hurt me as much as they did. All I know is that I still feel the sting of them, like a slap across my face. And I do not think I will ever forget the way she looked at me, with hatred.
Chapter 13. Jane. Damn it! The expletive escapes me before I can quiet it. I continue swearing as I walk steadily and swiftly away from Loki's quarters. Every curse word I have ever heard slips from my mouth as I replay the events of a few moments ago in my head. I do not even look where I am going. I just keep walking, not really caring where I end up. It is only when my boots knock up against several thick pieces of wood that I look up. I realise quickly that I am on the outskirts of the camp. I am very close to the woods that surround the camp and everything in it on all sides. Even though this area is still part of the Burning Sun clan's territory, there is very little activity here. There is a small bungalow about 200 paces from where I stand. The little cabin looks lonely where it stands, solitary, away from the rest of the camp life. I am still angry, and I am quite sure that if my heart beats any more furiously, my blood will start boiling. The image of steam rising from my body triggers mirthless laughter that trembles through me. As the laughter subsides, hot, angry tears well up in my eyes. "Damn it," I murmur angrily and walk further into the woods. I remain there, not brave enough to walk further into it on my own. "And you want to join the patrol team with that attitude?" I ask myself, my inner voice mocking. It doesn't matter anymore whether I want to join the patrol team or not. I just lost the only person whose support I wanted. The look on Ignar's face as I shouted at him is permanently burned into my brain. I will never forget the hurt look on his face. He is the only orc I have ever liked, and I thought he was my friend. But clearly he does not feel the same way. Otherwise he would not have gone to Loki behind my back. I thought he was my friend. "And you thought he was more," my tired inner voice says wearily. Heat rises to my chest and cheeks as I realise that I am starting to like Ignar as more than just a friend. When I close my eyes, jumbled images of his smile and then the hurt expression on his face flashes through my mind. But then anger roils up in me again. He doesn't think I am capable. I am a liability. I am not fit or strong enough to join the patrol team. All I am good for as a little human woman is cooking and working the fields. But I know that I can add more to the clan than that. I have always been a skilled huntress, and I know how to fight. I shouldn't be relegated to the kitchens or the fields because I am human and weaker than the orcs. Besides, I have always been a terrible cook. I am still angry when I decide to walk back to the dorms. I hope, as I walk, that I will cool down on the way. But my chest and face is still hot, and luckily no one is around, because right then, my frustration comes alive. I break into a jog over to the nearest tree and kick it. I kick the trunk of the tree again and again. It does not help. Instead, the tip of my right boot becomes more and more scuffed. Seeing the boot become more damaged only fuels my anger, and I do not even make a dent in the tree. I know that some of the orcs could probably rip the tree out by its roots. Maybe I am too weak after all. Maybe Ignar is right. The memory of me challenging him to a fight rises to the front of my mind. I laugh out loud. I would never have won the fight. What was I thinking? Damn it, I mutter again. My anger is not subsiding. Instead, it seems to be swelling, growing. I am not fully in control of my actions when I punch the tree. It is my anger and frustration urging me into violence. What I do not foresee is that the bark of the tree is razor sharp, and my hands are still healing. Tears well up again in my eyes instantly when my hand makes contact with the tree. I punched it with so much force that the wounds that were healing on my hands come open. My scars burn and sting as blood oozes from the new wounds. What in the gods are you doing? The voice snaps from behind me. I know that voice better than I do my own. You've only been here for a week, I tell myself sternly. I should not have memorized the sound of Ignar's voice by now. I turn slowly, holding my hand. The giant orc is on me in a flash, taking my bleeding hand and turning it this way and that. I cannot stop the tears from rolling down my cheeks as he examines the new and old wounds. Let me go. A new surge of anger blooms inside me. I pull my hand away, but he holds onto it firmly. Keep still. Ignar is speaking through gritted teeth. My fragility, in comparison to the orc, is glaring. Then the orc does something I do not expect. Ignar bends slightly and scoops me up into his arms. Put me down! I squeal, trying to wriggle out of his grip. He ignores me and walks towards the edge of the base, where I just walked from. To my surprise, he walks towards the solitary, lonely cabin on the very outskirts of the camp. He kicks the door open and puts me down on a small chair inside. How could he possibly fit on the chair? I wonder to myself. My anger rises again. I want to go back to the dorms. I manage to snap the words out, though my mouth is twisted in a pained grimace. The stinging pain of my new wounds threaten to overwhelm me. I am going to apply healing medication to your hand, Ignar says gruffly. He is rifling through a box. I know that the dorms do not have any of this. I decide to remain silent as he comes over to me. He kneels on the floor in front of me and takes my hand. I wince when he starts cleaning the wound. It still stings, but whatever he is cleaning it with must have some pain reliever in it. The pain starts settling as he takes a different salve or balm and massages it into my hand. The tenderness of the large orc startles me. I still remain quiet, though I cannot help but wonder at the kindness of his hands and the mildness of his movements. I know that he is a warrior, but he has never been anything but gentle around me. I have never even felt afraid in his presence. My heart is racing, I realize almost distractedly. It is racing because I am staring at him. His green skin shimmers slightly in the slowly fading afternoon light. His large, muscular body does not look intimidating any longer. Instead, his body looks inviting and his face handsome. Why am I feeling this way about an orc? I expect to feel some sense of disgust at myself, and yet I know more and more human women have mated with orcs. Why are you feeling this way about him? He is just your friend, and it is clear that he thinks you're a weakling. And yet, I cannot tear my gaze from his strong arms and legs, and his broad, thick, muscular chest. My emotions, when they spill over inside me, are a muddle of anger, frustration, and confusion. I cannot feel this way about an orc. It is probably my earlier anger that has sent me spinning, making me think things that I don't really feel. But you aren't angry anymore. And you still feel this way, I tell myself pointedly. Ignar looks up at me then. He has very long eyelashes, I realize with shock, longer than even the most handsome human men. I am very sorry for what I said about you. I do not understand what he is saying at first, too shocked that he is apologizing. He continues, his voice and eyes sincere. I should never have said those things. I do not think you're weak at all. When I look down, my hand has been bandaged. When did that happen? Heat spreads across my face as I absorb his apology. He really does not want to hurt me. He is really sorry that he hurt me. You hurt him too. I flinch away from my inner voice, but it is the truth. I said some awful things to him too. I am sorry too. I swallow, speaking with great difficulty. His eyes widen with surprise. Is that what I looked like when he apologized? I only said those things because I was angry at you. I inhale deeply. But I didn't mean any of it. He looks at me for a very long moment before speaking. When he does speak, his deep voice is low and husky. Shivers tremble down my spine and sparks skitter across my skin. What did you not mean?
Protheka is a dark and dangerous world.
My parents sold me to the dark market.
I am the avatar of chaos, and nothing will stop me from fulfilling the prophecy.
And the quest for godhood has made it even darker.
Looks like you're the only one left. Take a step forward.
Delia only seeks her freedom.
A gilded cage is still a cage.
But Thorn has something else in mind for her.
It's her. She's the woman from the prophecy. My key to godhood.
Will they be able to escape their fate? Get every episode from worldsofprotheka.com right now. Get the series bundle and score a 70% discount. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this series is just the beginning.
Chapter 14. Ignar. Her words, the words she threw at me in Loki's quarters, still ring in my ears. She called me a coward. How am I supposed to move on from that? The worst part was when she walked away. She didn't even give me a moment to explain, to apologize. She didn't give me a second to say, I am worried that you're going to get yourself killed, and I don't know if I can live with myself if that happens. But those are words I would never say out loud. But now she has apologized, and if I don't watch myself, I will blurt those words out over and over again. And we are just friends. I know that there are certain things you cannot say to your friends. I cannot say that I only ever think about her bravery, her obstinacy, the lines of her body. I cannot say that her eyes have bewitched me like the magic of the dark elves. I know that she was right. I am a coward. I should not have gone behind her back to Loki. I should have spoken to her openly. I could have been kinder. I am a coward. But hearing her say it makes me feel sick. And until the moment she apologized, I thought I would be hearing it in my head for the rest of my days. But now she has apologized. I cannot keep staring into her eyes, so I look down at her hand. I used a salve to clean her wounds, and a balm to soothe the pain and speed up the healing. I frown as I examine the wounds. They look painful, and her flesh is ripped into places where there were old scars. I hope that the healing balm will work soon. I fiddle with the bandage, making sure that it is secure as she keeps speaking. You are my friend now, and you are important to me. Her voice shakes slightly on the last word. My heart is beating too fast, thumping too hard, almost tripping over itself. And I can hear her heart beating a little faster, too. Orcs have more sensitive hearing than humans, though not by much. But my hearing is sensitive enough that I can hear the ferocity and speed of Jane's heartbeats. I didn't mean to shout at you. She places her unhurt hand lightly on my shoulder. I never treat my friends that way. I nod after a while and let go of her hand. Then I stand, and her hand slips off my shoulder, grazing my bare chest for a second before she lets it fall by her side. I turn before I can shudder in front of her. She is my friend, and I am happy about that. I've wanted a friend for a long time, someone I can have on my side, someone who I can speak to about the other orcs and how they frustrate me sometimes. But I am starting to realize that I do not want to just be her friend. Equal parts frustration and sadness burns through me as I walk away from her. I want what Loki and his human mate have. That is the only way I can explain what I want. Loki calls it love. He calls it desire. He calls it fulfillment. When he met his mate, Loki changed forever. He has become a softer version of himself. Loki was never a mindless warrior. But now he goes into each fight with care. And he does not fight unless he absolutely has to. His mate changed him. That is what I want. And I want it with Jane. But I have no idea how to tell her that I feel things for her that I do not fully understand. Especially as she has said that we are just friends. I want to say something now. I want to turn around and let all the words spill out of me. Every word that tells her exactly how I feel. But I know I cannot do that. I have never done this before, and for a moment, I want to kick myself at my lack of experience. How did Loki and all the others do it? How did they confess their feelings? How did they convince their human mates to fall in love with them? You'll never get her to love you. My inner voice is certain and final. It is, after all, simply reflecting the truth of my beliefs. I cannot risk our friendship, not now that we have just apologized to one another. Things are okay between us now, and I do not want to mess that up. I turn back to Jane, who is staring at me with a frown on her face. I notice then that she has swept her hair away from her face. The short, light strands of her hair glitter in the fading afternoon sunlight. Are you angry at me? There is worry in her voice. I really did not mean to hurt you. I don't think that you're a coward at all. She gets up then, walking towards me. This cabin, I realize with frustration, is too small for the both of us. If you convinced her to love you, I'm sure Loki would provide larger quarters for you. The thought crosses my mind so idly that I do not even notice the significance of it. What am I thinking? This is impossible! And yet, Jane has walked up to me and is holding my hand. She's looking up at me with worried eyes. She's stroking the back of my hand with her thumb. And though she is speaking, I cannot hear her. I can barely breathe when I am this close to her. My heart is not racing anymore. Instead, it is skipping entire beats. I know that that should not be happening. If Loki could hear my heart right now, he would send me straight to the Orc Infirmary. Maybe he wouldn't. Maybe he knows exactly why your heart is jumping around like this. Jane is so close to me that I can smell her. Her scent twists and curls in the air around me. The fragrance that melts off her body is intoxicating, and so potent that I can taste it. I can taste her. She is still speaking, but I am still not listening. Her hand in mine is too distracting. All I can feel is the warmth of her hand and the soft grooves of her scars. My hands are much larger than hers, and I realize that I'm holding on to her wrist, too. I can feel her pulse fluttering beneath the tips of my fingers. Outside, the camp's evening activities have begun. The patrol team's shift is changing. Dinner will be served soon. The field workers will be coming in from harvesting the crops and looking after the livestock. No, I finally say. I clear my throat. I'm not angry at you. I usually spend my evenings alone. My days are overwhelmed with the orcs I have to lead. Sometimes I am too tired to spend time with the other orcs, so I will go straight to the kitchens and fetch dinner if I am too tired to cook for myself. Or else I will gather up some meat, vegetables, and fruit for myself and cook in my cabin. She pulls her hand quickly out of mine. Are you sure? Her lips pout slightly. Her eyes are uncertain. I inhale deeply and then close my hand around hers. Again, my heart starts jumping around like a frightened suru. Maybe I should not have done that, but instead of holding on like she was doing, Jane lets go of my hand instantly. An uncertain look crosses her face, and she takes several steps away from me. She's just your friend. Friends do not hold hands, only mates, like Loki and his human mate. I want to kick myself again. I've ruined it, made things awkward. She's going to leave now. I clear my throat and head over to the medical supplies that I unpacked for her. I suppose I should leave now. It is time for dinner. Jane says before laughing nervously. Yes, I am going to have dinner now too. I slowly pack up every salve, balm, and poultice that I always keep prepared. They are all made of the best quality herbs and are preserved with the healing magic that orcs used to wield. When I look up, I expected Jane to have walked back to her dorm already, but she's standing outside the door to my cabin, looking down. The words I say next slip from my mouth involuntarily. Would you like to stay for dinner, if that's okay? I shudder at the continued inelegance of my speech. I just continue making things awkward. But Jane turns to me and a smile lights up her face. Her brown eyes sparkle and my heart starts dancing around again. It seems that she does not have to be near me to have that effect on me. I'd love to. I'm starving, she says. Then she steps back inside the cabin.
Chapter 15. Jane. Ignar tells me to stay in the cabin while he goes to the communal kitchens. Maybe he has gone to fetch our supper for the evening. I know that I shouldn't, but I look around while I'm alone. The little cabin is small, with only 3 rooms. The bedroom is at the back of the cabin, close to the forest. The bed is enormous, and a blush spreads over my face as I think about Ignar stretched out on it. The room is very neat. There is very little furniture in it. It seems that he does not spend all that much time here. The next room is a washroom, which is as bare as the bedroom. But to my surprise, I spy a tiny vase of purple, fragrant flowers on the bathroom's window ledge. I smile quickly at the thought of a giant green orc bending over in a meadow, picking flowers. The more I learn about Ignar, the more fascinating I find him, and the more attractive I find him. I am not sure why I feel this way, but all I know is the feeling will not leave me any time soon. Ignar returns quickly, and to my surprise he is not carrying bowls of already cooked food. He is carrying the ingredients to a meal of warm stew. He has cuts of preserved meats, whole vegetables, and herbs. He continues to light a fire and takes a copper pot. Then he takes out a knife and starts chopping up vegetables. Are you going to cook this meal yourself? I ask him, surprised. His green skin darkens, and he nods shyly. The large orc looks up at me with wide eyes, as though frightened that I am about to insult him. When I smile back and do not say anything, he speaks. Most times I prefer cooking my own meals. I don't mind the cooking from the kitchen, but I like cooking. It makes me feel at peace. He says the last 2 words wonderingly, like he is only just figuring out that cooking makes him happy. What can't this orc do? I wonder, as he expertly chops up the meat and vegetables. He stirs in herbs and spices that he keeps in a small metal box near the fire. I had to learn how to cook, Ignar says when we are sitting down to eat. I like eating, but I was not a good cook when I just started out. No one is, I told him. The food is savoury and delicious. It takes practice. Where did you live before coming here? Ignar asks me halfway through our meal. Outside, the sun has set completely. A sweet, warm wind blows from the southeast, lifting dust and errant leaves. The wind sends the leaves and sand swirling through the air. For a moment, I am transfixed by the dancing leaves. The season is changing. I shiver slightly, even though I am not getting cold. I turn to Ignar, ready to answer him. But as I think about my life before coming here, the words falter. I have to take several deep breaths before I can answer. We lived on another base before we came here, but we had to hide for most of our stay there, because of the war. An emotion that I cannot identify crosses his face before it smooths into careful nonchalance. We didn't really have a good life. I choke out a mirthless laugh. Ignar looks at me with shock. I do not blame him. Even I heard the bitterness in my voice. But we made do with what we had. We humans can get by, despite us being as weak as we are. I regret my words instantly when Ignar flinches slightly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. I sigh, looking down at my scarred hands. I try not to think about my life before coming to the Burning Sun clan base. Those years were the most horrible years of my life. And strangely enough, the horror of those years, the horror of the war, seemed to wipe out any memories I had of before. Life before the war, before the base camp, before the constant need to hide, doesn't exist to me any longer. I'm sorry that you had to endure that. Ignar half whispers the words. He reaches out a hand to mine, and I let him take it. Silently, I roll the word endure around on my tongue. It is such a fitting word for the dreadful times I have experienced. Thank you. Ignar surprises me again and again, and even though I am sad while talking about the war, I feel a certain lightness being this close to Ignar. I have never met an orc who acts so human before. I look at his green skin again, and those very long eyelashes that rim his dark eyes. Why do I want him this badly? I curl my hands into balls frustratedly. A new, different, streaking heat is blooming throughout my body. It is almost unbearable, and I am glad that Ignar gets up then. I allow myself the relief of shuddering into the heat as he lifts our soiled dishes and takes them over to a basin. The fire still burns, slow and steady and hot. It burns almost as hot as the heat that has settled in my core. The heat that is asking for release. When did my feelings for Ignar change so drastically? When did I fall for him? When did I become attracted to him? I have never found an orc attractive. In the past, they have always been brutish, unkempt creatures. We have always been taught by the human elders who surround us that orcs cannot be trusted. We were taught that orcs were the villains in the story. But since coming to live in the Burning Sun camp, I have learned a different story. I have learned that some orcs can be kind and gentle. I have also learned that there is one orc who can set my entire body alight. I shiver again. My body must be changing. Or maybe I am losing my mind. Ignar comes with another surprise. He has a large bowl of fresh fruit which he sets down on the table between us. "Enjoy yourself," he says. His deep voice reverberates throughout my entire body. I shudder again. I usually only keep fruit for special occasions. Am I a special occasion? My voice is more coy than I intended, and I blush. I duck my head, coughing slightly, as Ignar clears his throat. Any guest of mine is a special occasion. He rumbles, sitting down awkwardly next to me. He is so close that I can smell him. His scent, hard musk and bright sunshine, mingles with the scent of ripe fruit. Slowly we reach for the fruit and start eating. The fruit is ripe, and when I bite into it, juice spurts from it. The juice of the fruit trickles down my chin. When I look at Ignar, he is staring at me. I quickly wipe the juice off my mouth and take another bite of the fruit, licking up some juice off the back of my hand. "Are you enjoying the fruit?" he asks me. The fruit is nothing that I've seen before with a thick outer skin that I would have needed a knife and deft hand for. But Ignar has peeled it. How did he manage that with those big hands? I look away from his large hands quickly. Outside, life in the base camp seems to continue on without us. I know that my human counterparts will be cleaning up after dinner. The orcs will be preparing to train some more, and the patrol team will be preparing for the night shift. "Do you feel safer here?" Ignar's question comes out of nowhere. I suppose he is still thinking about what I had to endure. I look at him. I am conscious that there is still juice on my chin and bits of fruit sticking to my lips. I lick my lips before I answer. His eyes trace the movement of my lips. "Yes," I answer honestly, because it is the truth. I love being here. I never want to leave. This finally feels like home to me. His eyes light up at my answer, and a small smile plays along the corners of his lips. His mouth is wide and his lips look soft. "I am glad." His voice rumbles again. I sigh. My body's on fire for Ignar. He hasn't looked away from me even once. "You have never wanted anyone this badly." not even the human men who have pursued you, I think to myself. But I can't just go up to him and kiss him. I protest, even though my body responds to the thought. I press my legs together as the heat in my core travels downwards. My bosom peaks in response. What is happening to me? When did I become this person? When did I become someone who contemplates throwing themselves at an orc? The nighttime sounds of the camp have faded away. It feels like we're alone, like we're the only people in the camp. The opportunity is staring you in the face. Take it.
Chapter 16. Ignar. The evening light makes Jane glow. The setting sun paints every strand of her blonde hair with honey. It highlights the golden flecks in her brown eyes. It frames her strong face. It softens her, revealing more of her beauty. And it makes her wet lips glisten. I know I should look away when she licks her lips. But I can't. I'm not strong enough. I think she's going to leave now. We have finished eating the fruit after all. The fruit was my vain attempt to spend more time with her. When I think of how aroused I am at seeing her eat a simple piece of fruit, I realize that it was a bad idea. You'll be aroused at anything she does, I tell myself. I know that it is true. Her scent has permeated my cabin. She is all I can smell, and I do not mind it. I inhale deeply as I put the dirty dishes in the basin where I will clean them later. When I turn, I expect her to be preparing to leave. Instead, she is standing at the table, looking around her. Then she looks at me, and her eyes are wide and frank. Do you have any alcohol? Anything to drink? Her voice is almost curt. There is a look of steely determination in her eyes. Have I offended her? I think back to our encounter now in my cabin, furiously trying to figure out what I might have done to upset her. Yes, I do, I answer, and exhale heavily with relief when she smiles at me. I don't really drink, so I do have quite a few bottles. Where did you get it? She asks me curiously. The entire Burning Sun clan has endeavored to try to make the drink, with the help of the humans who live here. Why? I cannot help but admire her frankness. Loki thinks it might be a good trading product, but we are still learning how to make it. I take 2 glasses from another metal box that stores some of my utensils and get the bottle from a different box. You really need to sort out a better storage system, I think to myself. Outside, the base is completely dark, and while it is quite warm during the day, the night is still chilly. I place the bottle and glasses on the table, and then go over to close the door. When I turn back to Jane, she has already opened the bottle and has poured generous measures of the dark liquid into the glasses. I swallow. I usually never drink that much. Half of 1 glass is enough to make me dizzy. How will I act around Jane if I drink that amount of the liquid, I wonder. Loki calls the alcohol that we are creating Rurzed mead. It is made of the stalks, roots, and flowers of an herb from Protheka. It is sweetened with sugar, and then the humans leave it standing in barrels for several weeks. After several weeks have passed, the humans and some of the orcs open up the barrels and start scooping up the flowers, stalks, and roots that have floated to the top. Then it is left to stand again until it is sweeter and the alcohol content is stronger. We orcs have had alcohol before, but usually only wines and spirits given to us by the dark elves in the past, and the ale that has flowed so freely on this planet. This is the first time that we have made something like this ourselves. Something sweet and delicious, whereas the ale was more for the effects. The first few batches did not turn out drinkable, but the last 2 batches have been the strongest and sweetest of them all, and as sweet as the mead is, it threatens to bowl anyone over. The Rurzed mead has made fools of many orcs. I eye Jane carefully as she drinks the mead from her glass. She is only a human, small and not used to the alcohol content in the mead. If the mead can make a fool of me, what will it do to her? But Jane seems to feel no effects of it. I sit down cautiously next to her and take a drink from my glass. The sweet, warm, smooth liquid coats my tongue. I only taste the alcohol when the liquid reaches the back of my throat, This is a beautiful wine, Jane says. Her voice is different, lower and husky. It is, but I think it requires more experimentation, I reply. Suddenly, Jane moves her chair closer to mine. She's so close that our legs are touching. I decide to swallow more of the mead. Have you ever been with a human woman? I stare at Jane as I take in the question. What do you mean? It is so quiet in the cabin with the door closed. The mead is heating me up. I swallow another gulp of it. I mean... She leans closer. Have you been with a human woman? I know Loki and some of the other orcs have human mates. Why is she doing this? I think. I haven't been with a human woman. I speak honestly. Why not? This time she leans away from me. You're so handsome. I'm sure you've attracted some attention. You think I'm handsome? Why is that your first question? I close my eyes as cold embarrassment courses through me. Yes, of course I do. Jane stands, leaning over me to grab the bottle of mead. I can feel the curve of her bosom pressing against my arm as she does so. She pours more mead in both of our glasses. You're very handsome and funny. I don't see why you wouldn't have attracted the attention of a human woman. Well, why haven't you attracted the attention of another orc? I ask her. I think she's flirting with me. Loki has explained the concept of flirting with me already. Who says I haven't? Her voice is coy. Angry heat burns through me at the thought of an orc taking an interest in her. I've caught your attention, haven't I? She says, smiling. The anger dissipates in seconds. Her lips are still wet, but this time from the mead. I wonder how the mead tastes on her lips, I think. And then I follow up with, you won't ever find out. I feel bolder the more I drink. I take another swallow of the mead. You have caught my attention. The words coming out of me are not mine. I'm glad to hear it. I've been waiting a long time for you to notice me. Her voice is lower. The cabin is dark, and the fire has died down. Why did you want me to notice you? I ask her. There is no reticence in my voice this time. I'm flirting with her too. I know I am, even though I do not entirely know what the word means. Because every girl wants a handsome male to notice them. Her voice is softer. She traces my arm with the tip of her finger. Trust me, I say. I swallow the dregs of mead in my glass. I have noticed you. Several times over. I should light some of the candles. This place is too dark, I think. But the thought escapes my mind when I look back at Jane. What have you noticed about me? Your eyes. I don't have to think about it. Your hair. The way you walk. Her eyes are bright in the darkness. They seem to light up the room around us. Ignar. She's leaning close to me again. Yes? I want you to kiss me. I nearly drop the empty glass onto the table. Instead, I curl my hand around it more tightly. Take a deep breath before I speak again. Jane does not seem drunk. She has seemed sober this entire time. Is she flirting with me because of the mead? Because of an external influence? Or is the mead simply enhancing thoughts that she has already had? Are you okay? My voice comes out in a breathless whisper. She does not answer right away. Then a smile stretches across her generous mouth. My eyes are drawn to her full lips. They are still wet with mead. She places a hand around my wrist and stands. I stand with her. I am perfectly fine, and I know you want to kiss me. I cannot help myself then. I have to give in to the urge that has been following me since I met her. I have been wanting to kiss Jane since I started getting to know her. I pull my hand from hers and slide both of my hands around her waist. She is small, fragile in my arms. I know that I have to be careful not to hurt her. Our lips meet, and I realize that she is just as hungry for me as I am for her. When I kiss her, I taste the mead and the fruit, and most of all, I taste her. She moans into my mouth, whimpering slightly, pressing her body against mine. I groan when I feel the soft curves of her body melding with the hard lines of mine. All I want for the rest of my life is to taste Jane on my lips.
Chapter 17. Jane. His lips are clumsy, and he holds his hands clenched together on his own knees, as if he's not sure where to put them. It shouldn't be this hot, but it is. I can't help but think that I might be the first person he's ever kissed. And if he doesn't know where to put his hands, that's okay. I have some ideas. Here, I murmur, pulling his right hand just beneath the swell of my chest. I gently bite the swell of his bottom lip as I watch his expression through my eyelashes. Every one of his muscles is coiled as though he's preparing for battle. His mouth is slack beneath mine, helplessly groaning, and his eyes. They look lost and prayerful all at once. His hand curves beneath my bosom, squeezing lightly, and I moan. It's not an act. The sight of his face, so overcome, and the feeling of his hand over my shirt is a potent combination. Touch me, I urge, pulling him down for another kiss. This kiss burns. He learns quickly. Our lips tangle and dance, and his tongue finds mine. He gives a tentative lick, and then we both find a rhythm together. It's an echo of what I want from him, and my hips can't help but move in time. I climb over his lap, stretching my legs across his massive thighs, and Ignar pulls away from our kiss with a heaving gasp. I have no idea what I'm doing, he confesses. He looks strangely guilty, as if I'm about to throw him out for being inexperienced. Instead, a jolt of arousal pulses through me. I'll teach you.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 18, Ignar. I carry her to bed. At least I pick her up with the intention of carrying her to bed. It's more than a little difficult to focus on the task at hand when she's looking up at me like this. Jane's arms loop around my neck, and her mouth twists into a wicked, promising smile. I kiss it off her lips, but that just leaves us leaning against the wall, panting. She wriggles her hips, and the brush of her chest against my bare chest distracts me enough that I don't realize that she... As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. The offer still stands. I keep my voice casual. I haven't known Jane long, but I know she values her independence. I can't force her to stay with me. I can't even force her not to try out for the patrol, even though the very idea is insane. But I can hope, however misguided that hope might be, that I can make her want to stay. And if the price for that is a few world-shattering experiences, I suppose I'll do what I must. My heart sinks as her gaze lingers on the door, but then she smiles and twines her scarred hand against mine. What a fool I've been, losing track of time like this. I guess I'll have to stay the night.
Chapter 19. Jane. Deliciously sore, I take my time stretching in bed as the morning sun streams through the windows. I've had a few flings here and there, always short-lived. There haven't been many guys I wanted to go round two with, much less round. I might have lost track of how many times Ignar got me off last night. I have to hide my goofy smile with a pillow in case Ignar sees. But the longer I wait in bed, the more I realise that there isn't much risk of that. Is he making breakfast or something? But there's no sign of that at all. No smell of eggs or bacon, and definitely no sizzling pan or dishes clanking around. The house is silent. Ignar? He doesn't answer. What the hell? I walk around his small residence. There's not much to it, so he can't be hiding. There's no sight of him in the kitchen or main room, and when I peek out the window, he's not outside either. Ignar's gone. He just left me. I'm no stranger to one-night stands, but I've never had a one-night stand like this. First of all, can it be a one-night stand if you screw like 5 times? And secondly, he'd looked at me with his wide, soft eyes, and he'd kissed me slow and lingering, and the things he'd murmured in my ear the last time he pulled me close when we were both half asleep. None of that was casual. It's like a knife to my chest when I realise that maybe it was, at least for him. He'd still be here if it wasn't, right? My movements turn brisk and precise. There's no reason to linger, heartbroken, in dirty clothes. I might as well clean up and get on with the day. I've been awake for well over an hour, and Ignar's side of the best was already cold when I woke up. He's not coming back anytime soon, and I don't want to be caught moping here if he does. I want to go where he is right now and give him a piece of my mind. I clean up as best I can. At least this base has some semblance of indoor plumbing. If I were back in one of the human settlements, I'd have to carry this scowl with me all the way to the well. And that's not a walk of shame I really want to do right now. Not that I have anything to be ashamed about. It's Ignar who should be ashamed. How dare he make me believe he was some sort of blushing virgin? All that talk about me teaching him. Was that just some sort of kink? Does he do this all the time? Just pretend to be so distraught about his scar, acting like some human girl is the only person who can teach him self-acceptance and... I grab a pillow on my way out of the bathroom, shout into it until my voice is hoarse, and stand in the still, empty room for a good long while. Then I toss the pillow back down and put myself back together. Ignar can go where he wants, whenever he wants. It's foolish of me to expect more. I just really thought we had a connection last night. Did I do something wrong? He certainly didn't act or sound like it if I did. If we weren't staying in an outpost just off base, I'm pretty sure the entire clan would have heard us. Speaking of base, I'm pretty sure I know exactly where that coward is hiding. Ignar! Birds fly into the nearby woods as I shout for him. Tree branches shake as they take shelter from my rage, but it's not them who need to worry. It's the orc who left fresh footprints all the way to the guardhouse. It doesn't take me long to reach it, partly because it's not far, but mostly because my anger is carrying my feet as fast as they can go. I open the wooden door so quickly it groans, and sure enough, there's Ignar leaning against a wall. He's alone, except for a few dishes that he's probably supposed to be cleaning up. When he sees me, he smiles like I'm some sort of welcome surprise. The smile alone almost makes me melt until I remember why I stomped all the way over here. Why did you leave me like that? Why, oh! He has the nerve to look surprised. There was an emergency. I didn't want to wake you. Yeah, right. So you left me sleeping during an emergency, outside the base, and... what? Just forgot to leave a note. I couldn't. His face falls. I'm sorry, I didn't think it would take this long, but... What do you mean you couldn't? How long does a note take to write? 2 seconds. Like they made you leave right away. Was something on fire? It still sounds far-fetched to me. What kind of emergency needs him so quickly he can't so much as jot down a quick note, but is so minor he's allowed to man a guard tower all on his own? Something's not adding up. Is he just regretting last night and too kind to let me know? For some reason, the thought of that leaves a painful lump in my throat. I'd almost rather him just be a thoughtless jerk. Well? I can't write. His voice is so low I almost miss it, but I can't miss the way his eyes drop to his feet. He's embarrassed, and now I feel like a jerk. I didn't even think about leaving you in danger. I swear I wouldn't. But I had to leave right away, and I don't. I never learned how to read or write. Maybe I could have drawn a picture or something, though. I'll do better next time. Oh. Next time. He wants a next time. This wasn't some elaborate ruse or prank or selfish night. Looking at Ignar in person, I'm ashamed of myself for ever believing it was. Impossibly, he doesn't seem put off by my initial anger. He's apologetic, like he's sorry for hurting me. It's only now that I realise that all the rage I felt was anger at all. It was just pain in disguise. And he saw through it immediately. My stomach drops. I'm lucky he wants to see me again after blowing in here like a lunatic. No, I'm the one who's sorry, I say. I let myself get worked up over nothing. If it bothers you, it isn't nothing. He sidles closer and our eyes meet. He doesn't look upset or embarrassed anymore. His gaze dips to my lips. He looks hungry. I was looking forward to waking you up, I murmur. Ignar's breath hitches and he suddenly has trouble making eye contact. When I step closer to him, he smiles at the ground, and it's so sweet my chest hurts. How can such a fearsome warrior turn so shy, just from the tone of my voice? It's a heady feeling, having this power over him. It's even better knowing what he looks like when he breaks, when he takes all that power for himself and turns me into a whimpering mess. Wait, what was that about an emergency? Did the well break down again? Why did they call you out here so early? Ignar shakes himself and meets my eyes again, mostly all business, though there's still a hint of flush around his cheeks. Oh, no, there were humans coming in from up north. Our scouts alerted us before their messengers reached the main gate. Huh. Humans from the north? Maybe I know some of them. Are a bunch of humans really an emergency situation? It doesn't seem like anything you haven't handled before. There were a lot of them, and they look like they need a lot of help. He hesitates before adding, and there was a small clan of orcs too. I stiffen. I haven't exactly had the best encounters with orcs from the north. They also need help building a new base. They're small. Maybe they lost their homes too. It's not like orcs to ask for handouts. He frowns. Does Loki really believe that? A ton of humans flee down south, and they're followed by what? Refugee orcs? I shake my head. I don't like this. I don't either, he admits, brushing a finger against my cheek. He looks so solemn it almost breaks my heart. I think back to when I first charged in here, all piss and fire, and he'd smiled like I was about to make his day better. All I've done is berate him and fill him with worries. Surely I can do better than this. I want to, anyway. I step closer to him until his legs bracket my entire body, and on instinct he turns until he's pushing me against the wall. Jane. Ignar moves to pull his hand away, but I hold it still. At least he lets me hold it still. His hand is so much larger than mine, he could flick my touch away like a flea. Instead, he lets me drag it down to my bottom lip. He stops breathing. I take his finger in my mouth and suck, looking him in the eyes as his pupils dilate. His mouth drops, slack, and all of his breath leaves him in a shuddering rush. He leans against me, and I'm not feeling too steady myself. The heat of his body seeps into mine, and I've never wanted someone this much in my entire life. It feels like I'll die if I can't have him inside me. I want you, Ignar, I whisper.
Chapter 20. Ignar. I feel myself stiffening up as she whispers her desires into my ear. Blood travels south quickly, and my desire is quickly straining at my trousers. Jane is a wild woman, easily able to match me in all the ways that count. Being with her is quickly growing addicting. Gods, she makes me utterly crazy. "There's no one around," she whispers to me, tongue tracing the shell of my ear. "It's only us right now." Her hands wrap around my neck, and she runs her fingers through my hair. I'm all but trembling in desire now, like some silly maiden. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Chapter 21. Jane. Once we've spent a good amount of time relaxing and fooling around a little, I realise we ought to get up and clean up so we can head back outside before anyone comes looking. I wipe myself down as best I can with a damp rag and gather my clothes, which have gotten strewn about the room after our romp. The grin seems to be permanently affixed to my face at this point. Whatever I thought of Ignar this morning is gone after what we did. Out of the corner of my eye, I watch as Ignar gets dressed too, a flushed look in his cheeks, eyes crinkling in the corners as he smiles to himself. It's frankly an adorable look on a nearly 8-foot-tall orc. I toss the damp rag to him so he can wipe up as well, and just as he's cleaning his face of my slick, there's heavy footfalls outside, startling us both. We shift into soldier mode, both of us immediately pretending nothing happened, springing apart from each other and straightening ourselves up before we head back outside, walking to the main part of the camp. Ignar stands tall, shoulders squared and head facing forward. No one could easily tell by looking at him, but he's got the faintest blush on his cheeks as he tries very hard not to look back at me. It really is too cute. The others give us suspicious glances as we walk a few feet apart, but heading in the same direction. Can they smell something in the air? I don't care if they can. I don't actually care if they think we're sleeping together at all. So what if I did? Ignar is handsome and I like him. Life is far too short and too precious to give a damn what others think of me. I'm not worried about what they'll say. We're both grown, consenting adults. Just because he's a captain in the clan doesn't mean anything. It won't interfere with his position. Besides, I'm not anyone's to mind, and if I want to be with Ignar, I'll damned well do it. And anyway, I've never been a weak-willed person. When I want something, I go after it. Simple as that. And when I want it, I usually get it too. It just so happens that I want Ignar right now. The fact that he wants me too means that I'm not letting anyone else stop us. He was fantastic last night, and even better today. There's something so sinfully sexy about a man who can pleasure a woman in all the right ways. Not to mention how devilishly hot it was when he took control like that earlier, pinning my hands up above my head, holding me down, gripping my hips hard enough to leave a mark. Phew. He was respectful in all the right ways, but he was decisive where it counted. That talented tongue of his, it should be labelled a lethal weapon. If it can take a grown woman to her knees, imagine how brutal the tongue lashing would be on an unsuspecting enemy. I giggle behind my hand at the idea of getting another tongue lashing from Ignar later. But joining the patrol team is a different thing entirely, I realise, sobering up. They won't like me being on their team. Many of the orcs still see humans as inferior, despite everything. Even Ignar isn't immune from the negative attitudes of the orcs. He's been pushing hard to keep me from joining the patrol team, but I'm not going to let him. I have every right to join them. They don't see me as strong or capable, but they have no idea just how strong I am. I managed to fend off a pack of wolves in order to get my people here. Granted, I was nearly taken apart by them in the end, but God, it was wolves for crying out loud. Not even a fully grown orc can handle 6 wolves at once. And the important thing was, I managed to get all of the last survivors here in one piece. Those I took a vow to protect made it. That's what should count. I follow Ignar to the training grounds, hoping to at least talk to him once more before patrol today. But it looks like some of the team are already gathered. They grab Ignar's attention, leaving me looking in from the outside. As I hang around, I notice some of them giving me a stink-eyed look. Prejudice runs high in the camp, even though Loki himself has a human mate. They accept the humans as part of their clan, but usually humans are relegated to farming, fishing, hunting, less so-called dangerous occupations. I'm not a woman to be trifled with, though. I'm perfectly capable of holding my own. Maybe not in a fight against Ignar, but I'd take on any of the other orcs in a heartbeat. The last of the patrol team straggles in for the meeting, and I stand back, watching with my arms crossed. I don't care what they say. I'm going to be part of this team whether they like it or not. Men, Loki thinks it fit to include Jane on our team. Meet your newest teammate, Ignar says, pulling me towards him and planting me next to him. He doesn't give away any hint of our earlier tryst, no lingering touches or heat-filled glances. He treats me as any of the other men, resting a single hand on my shoulder. What? Gorgo explodes, growling in anger. Farad whips his head to face me, a bewildered expression on his pinched face. You're joking, Ignar, Farad quips. Nice one. They were informed by Loki himself that I was going to be on the team yesterday. I think to myself, annoyance making me glower at the others. I'm not joking. Ignar shakes his head. Farad's jaw drops. I'm not working with her, Gorgo snarls. Bugak joins in the complaining. She's a liability. He sneers. The words make me wince. Those were the very same words that Ignar used on me. Yeah, she's going to get us killed if we have to work with her, Farad adds. I set my shoulders, trying to ignore their insults as several others voice their refusal to work with me as well. But then Ignar surprises me. Listen up, he barks, commanding everyone's attention. Shut your mouths. Talk to Loki if you want, but she's on our team now. I won't tolerate anyone bullying her or trying to push her off the team. If you have a problem with it, take it up with the chief. There's a reason he wants her here. My heart is thudding so hard. Did he really just say that? He stood up for me, defended me against the other naysayers. Is he really okay with me joining his team now? I can't believe he's defending me when he was one of the ones who doesn't even want me here. A terrible, bitter part of me thinks maybe it's just because of the screwing. It hurts, thinking that Ignar is only cool with me now because he's been screwing me. I steal my gaze and look every one of the men in the eyes in turn. None of them turn away, but I see it in their eyes. Their gazes are wavering. If Loki says it, they have to listen. They don't dare go against the chief. Slowly they start to slink away, none of them speaking to me. Ignar stays behind though, turning to face me when they've all departed. Thank you, I tell him, unsure what made him change his mind, but happy he did so anyway. I mean it. I know. He smiles tightly at me. There's trepidation in him, I can tell from the stiff way he holds himself, but he stood up for me and defended my right to join the patrol team anyway. This isn't going to be easy, he adds. I know, I mirror his words, but I'm capable. Yes, you are, Ignar acknowledges. I can see it in your gaze, but you should know that He swallows and his cheeks pinken again, just the smallest bit. I promise to protect you no matter what. I'm stunned into silence at his words. I stare at him for a long moment, trying to gather my thoughts. His declaration clutches at my heart, making me realise something. Damn it, I've fallen for him. I've got it bad for this strong, handsome, noble warrior. No one has ever gone out of their way to protect me before. No one has ever believed in me like this. Davis questioned my every move, every decision the entire time we were on the run. If it wasn't for him running his mouth, we would have had way more survivors. I could have saved more people, But they didn't trust a woman. Look where it got him too. Dead because of the elements. But here Ignar is, a hardened orc warrior, used to a life of fighting and brutality, and he places his trust in me, a mere human woman he's only known for a short time. I love him. Without realizing it, I've swayed closer to him, and as I look up into his eyes, I lunge for him, pulling him down by his tunic into a heated kiss. I pour everything I can't say into the kiss, everything I'm not ready to admit to anyone but myself yet. Just as our tongues begin to tangle, though, someone clears their throat, making us jump apart. Ignar?
Chapter 22. Ignar. I glance at Jane before hurriedly wiping my mouth with the back of my hand. Loki stands there, a curious lift to his brow, but he refrains from commenting on our lip lock. Gods. I'm mortified that the chieftain caught us kissing like this. His eyes search mine, but still he refrains from commenting. It looks like he wants to ask me about it, though. I straighten my tunic and cast about, trying very hard not to look unprofessional. A surreptitious glance out of the corner of my eye has me realizing that Jane is laughing at me behind her hand. The others have returned, likely following Loki's lead. Men, Loki says, addressing us all. I brought you together because there's a group of orcs arriving today. A smaller clan, only 20 of them in number. The Bloodscar clan. I'm helping their leader, Ogani. He's an old friend of mine. Can I trust you to help me? Yes, sir, my men shout. My eyes glance sidelong at Jane. I can't tell anyone why, but the thought of her being around those other orcs has me on edge. My tongue is stuck to the roof of my mouth, though. I can't bring out the right words. I want to tell Loki not to include Jane in the group, escorting the Bloodscar clan around, but what if she takes it the wrong way? It's not that I don't think her capable. She's clearly capable of handling herself. She's determined, not to mention smart and sharp as a tack. She's proving herself to be quite stubborn and strong-willed as well. Her tenacity is just what we need in patrol guards. But there's something inside me that doesn't want her anywhere near these new orcs. Maybe I'm just feeling possessive after our romp. Maybe it's that I don't know anything about the Bloodscar clan, and I don't trust what I don't know. All I know is that something inside of me wants to protect her, to keep her safe. I glance over and see her smiling as Loki talks, taking everything in with unwavering attention. So I want them to be able to observe how we run things here, but that doesn't give them free rein to wander about either, Loki says. They can't just go anywhere they please. Ogani is my friend, but he's not from our clan. The Bloodscar clan members are only our guests until they can build their own base. So treat them civilly, but be on our guard. Got it? Loki finishes telling us more about them, and then takes his leave. His mate Mary is waiting for him at the edge of the training grounds, Asher on her hip. I watch with curiosity as Mary waves at us, and Loki takes off, grabbing his son and twirling him around, unbridled joy on his face. Are we ready to get started? I ask, turning to face my men once our chieftain is gone. Jane stands at attention, eyes focused on me as I begin to assign patrols for the day. Farod, Bugak, you're together. Gogor, you're with Zurl today. There's little complaint as I continue to assign daily patrols. Now I need 5 men to be the escorts for the Bloodscar clan when they arrive tonight. Gogor, Shurl, Siku, Jogagu, and Farod, you'll be the ones escorting the clan around. Make sure that they don't go where they aren't supposed to be, and keep an eye on them at all times. The men nod, accepting their assignments, and I need a team to help me with patrols tonight. I call out a few names, including Jane, who brightens up at being included. The patrol duos peel off, heading for their assigned sector. Come with me, I tell Jane, heading towards the security offices just on the far side of the training grounds. She follows behind, and I begin to point out the patrol routes. I show her the camp maps in the office, explaining how we patrol the area. We patrol from the center of camp to 3 miles outside the border, focusing on the weaker areas like the forest and the marshes to the east. It's a lot of ground to cover, but our territory is huge for a reason. Patrolling the base isn't hard, it's just a lot of walking, I tell her. There is the occasional rogue orc who wanders into the territory, and we have a few nearby clans who will sometimes make trouble, but for the most part you're walking and looking for things like infighting or disturbances. Jane nods along as I talk, explaining that there are guardhouses every few hundred feet or so on the gates. 2 men stay at the gate during the day, just in case there's a threat outside camp so someone can alert them. They stand at the top of a watchtower, scanning the horizon for threats as well. "When is the shift change?" Jane asks, looking down at the patrol schedule with a look of concentration on her face, brows furrowed as she reads it over. "Sunset," I tell her. "We change shifts at sunset. Then the next group patrols from sundown to sunup. We rotate every 2 weeks who has which shift so no one has to do all-night shifts." "Sounds good," Jane nods. She looks up at me, and my mouth goes dry at the sight of her large brown eyes staring into mine. Memories of earlier flash in my mind, the way she writhed on me. I feel it stirring in interest. "So let's head back to the training grounds. Some of the men will be there practicing during the day before the night shift," I tell her. We head back out and down to the training grounds. Some of the new recruits are practicing with Hera, Xenon's mate. "Hey!" She waves at Jane, who smiles back and goes to greet her. I'm glad Jane has the chance to befriend some of the human women, to show her that we don't all have prejudicial attitudes. Hera is a force to be reckoned with, and she'll put any of these men in line if they say something to Jane. A few of the other members of the patrol group that have night shift are hanging around working out, and I gather them around me, giving them the same speech I gave the others this morning. I warn them that Jane is a part of our team now, and that they'd better treat her with respect or face my ire. I'm not called Ignar the Headhunter for nothing. They agree, and a couple of the more progressive ones start chatting with Jane. I can't help keeping an eye on her, just trying to be cautious. Most of the ones talking to her are fine, but one never knows. My heart feels funny as I watch her talk. She stands there, the warm sun shining on her tanned skin, her brown eyes lit up as they tell her more about the ins and outs of being a member of the patrol guard. The rest of the day passes with Jane shadowing me as we run patrol along the border of the fence. The more time we spend together, the more I realize that I'm definitely falling for her. She's become such an integral part of my life in such a short time. When I rescued her in the forest from that pack of wolves, I had no idea she was going to be so important to me. "Are you planning on putting me on day shifts or night shifts to start out?" Jane asks, hands casually resting behind her back. "Probably day, at least for a while. I want to keep mentoring you for now," I tell her. It's not that I don't trust her yet to take care of herself. It's more like I don't trust the other men to leave her alone just yet, so I want to make sure she feels confident before setting her off. "You must love having me around," she teases, nudging me with her shoulder. I chuckle, looking up to the sky as I try not to give myself away with the light blush on my cheeks. It's hard to control myself around her, to control my emotions. I've never met anyone who made me feel the way she does. I feel like I want to fly and run all at the same time whenever I'm around her. She gets me in a way no one has ever understood me before. I'm becoming almost painfully in love with Jane. We start making our way back to the base for the arrival of the Bloodscar clan. It's dark out by the time we get back, and the other orcs file in through the gate, arriving in a boisterous manner, full of pomp and self-importance. Something about them sets me on edge, though. I've never been a man of many words, and I rely heavily on my instincts. It's how I've made it this far in the ranks, and how I've kept myself alive. I'm wary of strangers. I don't like the way they grin and stomp around. Tomorrow I'm going to remind my men to keep a close eye on all of them. When they stop in front of the fire, introducing themselves, I stand partially in front of Jane, blocking her from view. Their leader steps in front of me, holding an arm out for me to grip in greeting. "Ogani," he says, introducing himself. I nod in greeting as well. "Ignar," I tell him. Jane stiffens behind me when Ogani walks away. "Are you nervous?"
Chapter 23. Jane. As they shuffle in, my eyes are trained on the newcomers like a hawk. I can't put a finger on it, but something about them is making me uneasy. As a creature of instinct, I've always listened to my inner voice and relied on it to keep me safe. It's how I protected myself all this time. Relying on instinct has kept me alive, kept me from trusting the wrong people. I never ignore my gut feeling anymore. And right now something is pinging inside, telling me not to trust these newcomers. I'm okay with the ones from the Burning Sun clan, but I don't like the look of these men. There's something too bright in their grins, too easy in their confident postures. They're supposed to be with us for a while, though. I don't know how long, but Loki mentioned until they're able to set up their own base encampment, which means we'll need to work with them, interact with them on a daily basis, show them how things go in our clan. And some level of trust has to be built between us. To be entirely honest, I'm not sure I can ever bring myself to trust them, though. My eyes stay on the men who are shuffling around, and I stay where I am, hanging back next to Ignar. He's the captain of the guard, so he's in charge. I'm content to let him deal with them for now. Just then, they line up to greet our chieftain, and I catch a glimpse of a few of their faces. The ones in the middle of the line stand out the most, and it takes me a second of staring before I realise why I've been so uneasy. My eyes widen, body shaking. I recognise those orcs. I'd recognise them anywhere. Those are the ones who chased our group to the border. I feel myself stiffen, and Ignar seems to take note, quietly murmuring at me, asking me if I'm nervous. I shake my head almost imperceptibly. What are they doing here? I clutch out at Ignar's arm, fingers digging in. When he turns to look at me properly, his eyes widen, seeing my face. He must think I've seen a ghost or something. Shh, he whispers, pushing me behind him more fully, away from the eyes of the crowd. Concern radiates off him in waves. I don't realise I'm trembling until Ignar tightens his hold on me, murmuring reassurances into my ear. These men murdered half of us that escaped. They slaughtered so many of us before we could even cross state lines. Our group was trying to get away, and they thought it was a game, seeing how many of us they could kill. No wonder my instincts were screaming at me not to trust these men. It feels suspicious, them showing up here now, not very long after our group integrated into the clan. Ignar holds onto me and shuffles to the side, bumping Loki, who looks up. He says something in a low tone, too quiet for me to hear, and Loki takes over greeting the new arrivals while Ignar gets me away from the fire pit. Just as we're leaving quietly, though, I catch the eye of one of the orcs from across the fire. A brief flicker of recognition passes in his eyes before he turns back away, responding to something one of his clanmates says. Fear grabs at my heart in a vice grip. What if the reason they're here is because they've come for us? Ignar steals me away, dragging me back towards his house. We're alone here. It's dark and quiet, and there's no one around. He wraps his arms around me, hugging me tightly. It's all right, he whispers. I'm still shaking so hard. Seeing them was like reliving every moment of our escape all over again. All those brutal weeks of travelling, of barely surviving, of escaping from their clutches only to find them on our trail once again. They're the reason there were only 10 or so of us left in the end. My eyes must look wild, I think to myself. But the pain of losing so many of my community is still fresh on my mind. They tortured those they captured, brutally killed them. We had several close calls with us all nearly dying at their hands. Davis was foolish. He thought we could negotiate with them to let us pass. I tried to tell him that men like that can't be reasoned with or negotiated with. He wouldn't listen. So they tore him apart, slaughtered him brutally while I was forced to watch, hiding in the thick, dense undergrowth of the forest, watching them revel in his screams. I can't even begin to describe the sensation that crawled over me when that orc and I locked eyes. He knows we're here, and he's going to tell his leader now. Did Ogani know what his people were doing? Did he send them after us? Jane, please, Ignar calls, shaking me lightly. Talk to me. Your skin is pale and icy cold. What happened? The orcs, I tell him, breathing in and out as I try to quell the rising panic inside me. I recognize them. They're the ones who stalked my people as we fled the war. We accidentally stumbled into their territory, and when they realized, they started chasing us. I shudder at the memory. They seemed to make it a game of picking us off one at a time, I continue. There were 50 of us that left. 50. Did you notice 50 arrivals at the encampment? Number. They slaughtered us. By the time we arrived, we were down to only 11 of us left. I yell at him. Shh. Ignar strokes my hair. It's okay. His brow is furrowed, eyebrows narrowed. The lines in the centre of his forehead are deep as he contemplates my words. I'll tell Loki right away. He needs to know. There's more, I tell him, tugging on his sleeve before he can stride away. One of the orcs, he noticed me. Our eyes met across the bonfire. He knows we're here now. Damn it, Ignar curses. He doesn't often curse, so this takes me back. Come with me. We can go tell Loki together. He's got my arm in his hand, but I pull it away gently. I can't, I tell him. I'm frozen to the spot. The thought of facing them again has me feeling sick to my stomach. Watching Davis die at their hands was traumatizing. I was in shock when I realized who they were. I can't go back there and face them. It's fine, he reassures me. You don't have to go. I don't have the strength, I say, giving him a wan smile. I feel tired all of a sudden. Rest, he says. Everything will be fine. I'll tell Loki and they'll be dealt with. He leans down and gives me a kiss on the forehead, sending butterflies fluttering around in my belly. Thank you, I whisper. He's so sweet, so much more thoughtful than any man I've ever known. He takes me seriously, acts like my words matter to him. It's easy to see why I've fallen for him so quickly. You stay here. Are you going to be all right by yourself? He asks. I nod. I'm going to go wait for you in the house, I tell him, glancing back at his front door. I'd feel more comfortable if I was locked away right now. I just don't trust those other orcs to keep to themselves, especially not now that one of them has taken note of me. I refuse to be cowed by anyone, but I can't help the way my body reacts to these men. Not after everything they put us through. They tortured my people. They brutalized many of them. I won't let them harm any of us that are left. Ignar will take care of things. He'll tell Loki, who will figure out how to resolve the situation. Good. Stay. I've got something to say to you when I come back. Okay, I nod, and he squeezes my hand in his. It seems so long ago that we were laying on his bed together, lost in the throes of passion. In reality, it was only this morning. So much has happened since then. The protective side of Ignar has me reeling. All I've ever thought about was how to survive until the next day. I never even considered what it would be like to fall in love with someone else, to give myself over to them, or to want to give myself over to them either. Belonging to someone else is practically a foreign concept to me. Survival has been my only priority for so long that I almost forgot what it was like to feel truly close to anyone else. Ignar gives me one last kiss on the forehead and squeezes my hand in his once more before taking off back to the bonfire, back to talk to the chieftain. I wrap my arms around myself and stare up at the sky, watching the stars twinkle. When all this is over, maybe I can tell Ignar how I feel. I want him to know. I want to spend more time with him and share more of myself. And I want to get to know him better as well. There's depth to him, I can tell. More than meets the eye. They say still waters run deep, and I want to splash in his. I cringe at myself internally for how cheesy that sounds, but I can't help smiling. Meeting Ignar has been the best thing that's ever happened to me. From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless.
Chapter 24. Ignar. Part of me is utterly loath to leave Jane right now. Clearly the orcs being here in our camp has freaked her out badly. I don't blame her. I have an idea of the kind of trauma they put her people through. I know our race and many of us have evolved beyond the need for pointless bloodshed, but there are plenty out there still who crave violence as a second skin. Even I need to let out my urges from time to time, but I'd never slaughter innocent creatures. By the time I get back, the orcs have moved from the fire pit to the Great Hall. I need to speak to Loki. He's the one who invited them in our midst. He knows their clan leader, which is why he helped them. I'm not sure that's a good thing anymore. Loki will want to know that we're harboring enemy orcs in our midst. Are all of them tainted by the blood spilled of Jane's people, or is their leader unaware of the true nature of his men? The thought of what we've invited in sickens me, and I speed up my steps, eager to pull our chieftain aside to tell him the details. Inside the Great Hall, Loki is sitting with their leader, chatting away as some of our people serve the food. The council is here, along with a few of our most well-respected people, representing the best of our clan. I watch for a moment, trying to gauge an opening to draw Loki's attention, but it seems that their leader is chatting his ear off. I need to speak to him right away. Unease settles in my stomach as I think of Jane dealing with her anxiety alone. At some point, I'm not entirely sure when, I've started thinking of Jane as my mate. She isn't, but I'd like her to be. I want to tell her my feelings, but for now I've got to deal with the situation. This threat to our clan. Several of my fellow clan members try to get my attention as I make my way to the head of the table, wanting to ask about unrelated things or to chat. I've never been much of a social person before now, and I want to rip their heads off for getting in the way of my mission. How is Jane settling into the patrol team? Hera asks, grabbing my attention. She's doing well, I say, my eyes flicking towards Loki, who's lifting a tankard of mead and clinking glasses with the Bloodscar clan leader. But I can't talk right now. I have to get a message to Loki. Tell Jane to come see me sometime this week, Hera tells me. We'll get her training with proper armor. Right, I nod. I need to get a message to Loki, but I'll send her by later on. Thank you, Ignar, she says with a smile. I nod politely and make off again. By the time I reach our chief, he's halfway into his cup of mead. I stand nearby trying to attract his attention to no avail. He's laughing and joking with the other clan leader like old friends now. Loki, I call out, tapping him on the shoulder. Can I bend your ear for a moment? Of course, Loki says. After the banquet, come by my home. But... And that's when it hit me. Literally. Their chieftain is in the middle of telling a story, and Loki waves me off, guffawing loudly at the punchline. I growl under my breath, frustration mounting. I need to tell the chieftain what is happening, but I can't tear him away from his friend. Running a hand through my hair, I weigh my options. If I kick up a bigger fuss, I risk showing our hand too soon. I want to warn the chieftain privately, just in case. We don't know how many of the Bloodscar clan are our enemy. Is it all of them? Only some? Did they act alone or on the orders of their leader? With so many unknowns, I can't risk drawing more attention to myself nor can I demand that the chieftain speak with me straight away. Parties like this are unbearable to me. I can't stand the noise and the boisterousness. It's too much all at once. My blood spikes hot in my veins as I stand there, trying to gather my wits and make a decision. Balling my hands into fists, I'm about to demand that the chieftain speak to me right now when I see his second-in-command approaching. Smiles politely and places a hand on my arm, pulling me towards a darkened corner of the hall. "What's going on, Ignar?" he asks. I need to talk to the chieftain, but he's busy. There's a direct threat to our people here right now, I tell him, cutting straight to the chase. Eyes grow large and he tilts his head, confused. "What threat?" he asks, giving me his full attention. Jane saw some of the orcs here earlier and realized that they're the same ones who spent weeks chasing her and her people on their trek here. She said they slaughtered most of her people along the way for fun, and that of the 50 who left, only about 10 made it alive. Looks at me with fury in his eyes. "We cannot afford to let them stay here then," he growls out. "They're a threat to our safety. You need to keep an eye on them for now until I can pull Loki aside to tell him. We need to deal with this as soon as possible." "There's more," I tell him. Jane said that one of them saw her across the bonfire. He recognized her immediately. Curses, glancing back at the banquet table. "I'll do my best to talk to Loki," he says. "For now, just make sure that none of those bastards goes anywhere near her or any of the other refugees, and that they don't go anywhere they aren't supposed to." "I have my men escorting them around," I tell him. "I'll go talk to them now, to warn them to keep an eye on them every second until this is dealt with." "We have to get these people out as soon as possible," he agrees. "If we don't, we risk them turning on us. Those refugees are our people now too. We accepted them into the clan and they're our responsibility." "I'm going to go see if I can get the chieftain alone for a moment," says. "Good. I'm going to go check on Jane. She had a panic attack when she saw them, so I left her at my home to wait for me. She couldn't come back because seeing them has her so shaken up. I don't blame her. I'd be a mess too if the people that slaughtered most of mine suddenly showed up," agrees. He takes his leave and I stand back for a moment, casting my eyes about as I survey the crowd. More of our people have shown up to sup with the other clan now that the formal part of the evening is over. It's hard to tell where the Bloodscar members are in the crowd. "Sir?" One of my men approaches. "Is everything all right?" Xuril looks concerned. "Those men you've been escorting around? How many do you see in the crowd tonight?" "All of them are here, sir," Xuril says, brow furrowing as he tries to figure out what I'm asking. "Did you count them?" I ask, feeling unease prickle at the back of my neck. Xuril shrugs. "None of the escort guards have notified me that any have left," he says. I curse and throw my hands up in the air. "You're all useless," I say, anger coating my words. "You were supposed to keep an eye on them." "We are," he protests. "All of us are watching them closely." "Then how many are here?" I demand. Xuril starts counting, but it's too late. I scan the crowd once more, and with a sinking feeling in my stomach, I realize that the ones Jane pointed out earlier are gone. Did they sneak out? How did our men not notice them leaving? I'm going to have words with the men first thing in the morning now. All of them will be punished for their inattention. "Gather the escort guards," I tell Xuril. "Get them here now." Xuril obeys, rushing off right away and brings me the other 4 members of the team. "All of you listen up. I need you to count every single one of the Bloodscar members that are here in this crowd. Report back to me in 2 minutes. They hustle off and I continue to scan the crowd, certain that several of them are missing. It doesn't take long for my men to come back, faces grim as they inform me of what I already know. "There's several of them missing," Xuril tells me. "I don't know how they slipped out without us noticing." "It doesn't matter now," I grind out, teeth clenched. "Make sure none of the others leave." I turn on my heel and march over to grabbing him. "There are at least 3 to 5 of the orcs from the new clan missing," I tell him. "They had to have snuck out during the festivities." "Damn it," or her curses. All I can think about is Jane. Is she in danger? I have to get to her right away. I leave immediately, heading straight for my home. I have to protect her, make sure she's safe. How could we let wolves into our fold like this?
Chapter 25. Jane. Everything will be okay. Everything will be okay. I say the words to myself over and over again. So, why don't I believe it? I am worried, I cannot deny that. But I am also curious about Ignar might want to say to me. He has invited me to his cabin, but only after he has finished afternoon patrol. But I realise quickly that I cannot sit alone in my dormitory waiting for him. Get some fresh air. Maybe you will feel better, I tell myself. I leave the dormitory quickly enough, ignoring the chilly looks I get from the other residents of the dorms. Some of them really do not like the fact that I am so friendly with the orcs. I lift my chin determinedly and keep walking. I find myself walking towards the orc houses. That is when I hear the scream. At first, I am convinced that I misheard it. It sounded like a shout or a cry, but it was so muffled that I can almost convince myself that I am imagining it. There is a rustling somewhere close by. I almost roll my eyes at myself. We are surrounded by woods on all sides. There are bound to be animals rustling through the undergrowth, but still, the sound is eerily close by. I cannot ignore it. I have learned enough from Ignar to know to trust my instincts. My thoughts go fluttering back to Ignar and his request to see me, but I brush it off and look around. I see the open door before I hear the creaking floorboards. I see the open door before I hear the mad giggling. I take a step towards the open door. Hello? Is anyone there? Is everything okay? Maybe it is one of the orcs or humans in trouble. Maybe they are hurt and cannot call out. I take another step, and then another. I keep walking slowly until I cross the threshold of the house. That is when I know that I should run. My body screams at me in 1,000 different ways. My body screams at me in the way that my skin prickles. It screams at me in the way my throat goes dry and my stomach turns. You should run, I tell myself sternly. They come barreling towards me and I drop to the ground. Run, I think to myself, but then I remember the cry that I heard. There are 2 orcs, 2 great dirty orcs who smell like sweat and alcohol. They laugh as I dodge them swiftly. A 3rd orc follows them, holding an unconscious woman with a bruise on her temple. The source of the cry you heard, I tell myself. I jump backwards as the orcs come lumbering towards me. They burst into raucous laughter as they look at me. Bile rises in my throat, and a wave of surprise washes over me. Fear has never induced nausea in me before. I suppose that there is a first time for everything. These orcs are not part of the Burning Sun clan. And I am not sure how they infiltrated the base camp. The Burning Sun patrol team is one of the best I have ever seen. How could these orcs have gotten past their security measures? I shudder again, my stomach twisting painfully. Does their presence here mean that something has happened to Ignar? So you've come back to us, little Janey. I recognise them now. They weren't with the other group of orcs the night before. But they were part of the groups of orcs who chased us to the border. They are the orcs who tried to kill the men and kidnap the women. They wanted to do horrible things to us. Nausea almost overwhelms me as terrifying images rise to my mind. I know exactly what they want to do with me. I have to be quick. I have to rescue that woman and get away from them as soon as I can. I'm never coming back to you. I hiss the words at them. My hands are balled into fists. My nails are biting into the palms of my hands. Really? Well, you escaped us, but we got you again. And now your orcs have let us right into your home. Escaped being the operative word in that sentence, I say through gritted teeth. The orcs look at me blankly, and I almost laugh out loud at their plain stupidity. Almost. I don't want to anger them any more than I have to. Don't worry, Janey dear. We're here now and we're staying. We're even going to take over this clan, so that we can have all the women we want. My blood goes cold, the last of my bodily functions to react to the threat of the violence that is sure to come. But then my body warms up as I think about Ignar. He won't let anything happen to me, I think to myself. I smile grimly at them. You're all pathetic if you think you are ever going to take over this clan. The Burning Sun Orcs will defeat you before you can blink. The orcs smile lazily back at me. Janie, your clan of brave orcs let us in. We've already won. I'm not letting you hurt anyone here, and neither will Ignar. I choke on his name. I want to cry. I want to run. I can run, but I cannot leave that woman here, helpless, alone. What can you possibly do to stop us? They ask me. They are taunting me as much as I have tried taunting them. And their taunts are working. Because what can I do? One of the orcs rushes towards me then. He nearly grabs me, but I slip from his grasp. I stumble backwards, knocking my side into the sharp edge of the door handle. The breath is knocked out of my body. I cry out with pain and the orcs laugh. The one closest to me lunges towards me again. I skip away from him, avoiding him, even though I am dizzy with pain. His stench wafts in the air around me, and I want to retch from the stink of him. Sudden anger rises in me. These orcs have infiltrated the home I have come to love. Now they are threatening the people I love. How dare they? I scream the words inwardly. The third orc throws the woman aside like a rag doll, and her body lands awkwardly on the ground. I nearly stop breathing as I wait to see if she is still alive. I only exhale when I hear her groan. She is probably in a lot of pain. But pain means that there is life. And that means that I might be able to save her. That is, if I can get away from the orcs who have been chasing me since before I even got to the Burning Sun camp. I am still in pain, and when I lift a hand to my side, it comes away bloody and wet. The orcs can smell the blood, and they grin at me. They know that I am wounded. They know that they don't need to move fast anymore. They have the upper hand. But I cannot give up. Not now. Even if I am wounded. Call for help. You have to do something. I sign my death warrant the moment that I decide to think about calling for help. The orcs spot my moment of indecision. The one closest to me moves more quickly than I have ever seen any orc move. He grabs me by the arm, twisting it painfully. Then, he lifts me into the air and throws me against the wall. I shriek as burning pain streaks through me. A wave of nausea crashes into me, and dizziness overtakes me. I land heavily on the floor after sliding down the wall. When I lift my hand to the back of my head, it comes away wet, more blood. You see, Janie? The orc that threw me kneels down to look at me. I can smell his breath. This time I can't stop the retching. He smiles, leaning in closer so that all I smell is him. You can never escape us. Do you know how long I've waited for this? I've been waiting for you ever since I saw that sweet body of yours. I shudder away from him. I know that I have to call for help now. And you fought me, you did, and for that I have to admire you. I admire your strength, Janie. I admire it because when you fight me I just want to break you. He grins at me then and sticks his tongue out. I retch again when he licks my cheek with his tongue. When I move, trying to get away from him, I scream with pain again. I must have broken a bone, I think dazedly. I have to call for help. I am part of the patrol team. I have to call for help. Because I know that if I do not, I will endure a fate worse than death. My life seems to flash before my eyes as I summon the strength to sound the alarm. Every bad thing I have ever experienced comes blaring through my brain. It saddens me. I haven't had a lot of joy. But at the thought of joy, Ignar's handsome, smiling face pops into my head. There has been some joy.
Chapter 26. Ignar. I rush towards my home, feeling sick to my stomach. Dread creeps up my spine as I hear the commotion before I even get there. I don't believe it. Most of the orcs are in the Great Hall right now, and my house is too far away for anyone to be lurking around by chance. Which means they went straight there after leaving the Great Hall. Jane is in danger. I can't even think straight as I rush towards my home, spurred on by the thought of seeing her being attacked by those bastards. When I arrive, the chaos is practically spilling out into the front yard. The front door is wide open, one of the window panes shattered, and there's a shelf tipped over into the entryway. I pick my way inside, throwing the shelf to the side so I can move more freely. The inside is even more chaotic, with furniture strewn about, pictures knocked off the walls, and broken glass everywhere. My heart is in my throat as I search for Jane in this chaos. I spot her bruised and bloody body on the ground, crawling towards me from around the corner of the hall. "Jane!" I scream, bile rising in my throat. A body slams into me, knocking me to the side. I didn't even notice their presence because of my panic. "Ignar!" she cries out, voice hoarse. She coughs up blood, and the orc slams into me again, lifting me up and throwing me into the far wall. My vision tunnels to the point where all I see is my enemy who is trying to attack me once again. I unleash the beast within, enraged that someone would dare lay a hand on my mate. All the emotions I've been holding back are surging forth, channeled into my fists and my body. I'm ready to take these unholy bastards on, tear them limb from limb for putting a finger on my mate. "You're too late," the orc taunts me. "She won't survive." I scream, a harsh, high-pitched battle cry as I see red, attacking the orcs that have infiltrated my home. I don't care about my own life anymore. All I care about is protecting what's mine and saving Jane. She doesn't know it yet. I was going to tell her. I want her to know. She will not die without knowing how I feel. There's half a dozen orcs in my home right now, and I have nothing but pure rage on my side, but I refuse to let them win. I fly at them in a fury of limbs and claw at them, beating them about the head with my fists. I wish I had a weapon. All my weapons are in the other room, or locked up in the training arena. Flesh hits flesh as we fight, a bitter battle for dominance. All that matters right now is protecting Jane, keeping her safe. I love her. Whatever happens, I need to survive so I can tell her that. I've never felt like this about anyone before. I've always been alone. People recoil from me because of my appearance. I know I look scary, large and intimidating with a hideous scar. But Jane saw past that. She befriended me when no one else would. The people are seeing how close we are starting to understand that I'm not the big, scary ogre that they thought. It's changed their perception of me. I don't want to lose her. I can't lose her. Not now, not ever. So I fight. A fist slams into my face, nearly shattering my cheekbone, but I pull back and jab an uppercut into the orc's stomach, making him double over. As he's down, I drive my knee into his stomach as well, dropping him on the ground. 1 down, 5 more to go. I face off against the others, trying to take cover behind a felled sofa. My furniture has been torn to shreds. Damn it! Everything will have to be replaced so that Jane doesn't have to live with me in a destroyed house. I know I haven't even confessed my feelings, and I don't want to rush things with her, but I'm already certain that I want her as my mate. Even my subconscious is already referring to her as such. My hindbrain wants her to be mine. "You're a weakling!" one of the orcs yells, taunting me. "You can't save her! You can't even save yourself! Your entire clan will be wiped out by morning!" Ha! I laugh at the thought. You really think that less than 24 of you can take out all of us? They really think they can show up in our territory and beat us? They must be delusional or stupid, or both. The orc taunting me flies at me, kicking out with his enormous feet. I dodge the attack, just barely, and shove my fist into his throat, forcing him to back off as he coughs and wheezes. I yank his arm back behind him, reveling in the satisfying crunch as his bones break. If only I had my axe. I'd love to behead these bastards in one fell swoop. Jane is screaming in the corner, and I want to run to her side and comfort her, but I can't take my eyes off the enemy orcs for a second, or they'll gain the upper hand. It's pure chaos in here. The clash of flesh against flesh, the screams, the glass all over the floor. It's as though a tornado has whipped through this place. I pick up a decent-sized shard of glass now, brandishing it like a weapon at the next orc who tries to attack me. One of the orcs was downed, but he's back up and fighting now. All 6 are still on the rampage, attacking me from various angles. The only advantage I have right now is that this is my house. I know it like the back of my hand, and I know the layout well enough to trick the other orcs as we tear through the house, fighting mercilessly. I have to reach my weapon stash. If I can get a hold of my weapons, I can attack them more efficiently. Despite my rage-addled brain taking the forefront, I have enough common sense left to strategize. I drive back another orc, throwing him over the broken stair railing and onto the floor below. He hits the ground, crying out in pain before he's down for the count. Jumping down after him, I follow it up by taking out another orc, shoving him directly into the wall as I squeeze my hands around his throat. He's clawing at my hands to try to get me to release him, but I continue to squeeze harder, refusing to give up. Just as I'm about to squeeze the life out of him, something slams into my back, and I'm forced to release the orc, wheezing as the wind is knocked out of me. While I was attacking one, another crept up behind me and slammed the handle of his axe against my back. I'm lucky he didn't drive the blade through my spine. I grab his axe by the handle, trying to wrestle it away, but I'm unsuccessful, the two of us grappling for dominance. The orc is slightly larger than me and manages to lift me up into the air as I hold onto the axe handle. I'm dangling with my feet off the ground, but I refuse to give up and drop my hold. I need to wrestle it out of his hands or he'll use it on me, and if he uses it on me, he's likely to attack Jane with it as well. She's gone quiet now, soft sobs muffled as she covers her face with her hands. I see her now, and my heart lurches in my chest. All I care about is protecting her. My own life no longer matters. If it's a fight to the death they want, a fight to the death they'll get. I'll kill them all before I let them hurt Jane again. I've almost gotten a good hold on the orc's axe when another orc rushes me from the side, holding a huge club over his head. I can't move, I can't duck as he bashes me over the head with the large club. The world spins on its axis and I fall to my knees. I'm not going to make it. I just need to keep them away from Jane long enough for help to come. Everything is blurry and my head is in agony, but I manage to stumble to my feet. The orc with the club is rushing at Jane now, who screams and covers herself. I act without thinking, throwing myself in front of her, covering her with my body. He rains down blows upon me, cracking the club over my skull repeatedly. Blood pours from my face, my nose, and my ears as I collapse on the ground, held up by my poor mate. She cradles me, sobbing as I look up at her. I can barely see her. I must be concussed. But I grab a hold of her hands, squeezing tightly. I love you, I whisper to her. I love you, Jane Shine. You saw me when no one else did. I wanted to tell you that I love you. I wanted to ask you to be mine when I came back tonight. Please don't cry. I reach up and wipe away her tears. Please. If I'm going to die, I want Jane to know how much I care before I go. Just when I feel my blood dripping and my heart slowing, a contingent of orcs from our clan arrive, swarming the house. They start apprehending the enemy orcs, killing some as they fight them off. I close my eyes knowing I did it. I kept Jane safe. Chapter 27, Ignar. Are you sure you want to go? I glance at her over my shoulder at Jane, watching the way she rakes her fingers through her blonde hair. I've already asked her that 3 times this morning. But I'm not sure that she should attend. Truly, I'm not sure it's for my benefit, or hers. It's been a week since the attack, and I'm not sure I can stomach seeing her anywhere near the orcs that betrayed the Burning Sun clan. Though many orcs have grumbled about the trusting nature of our clan since the attack, I never saw a problem with Loki's peaceful ways. That's what our clan is always working towards, and while others may try to thwart that, none will bring us down. Loki made that clear when Ogani, his supposed friend, attacked him. His kindness has not made him weak, though, and he had no trouble defeating the treasonous orc. Ogani thought he wanted to be the leader of Burning Sun, but he doesn't possess the strength to do so, unlike Loki. He's a different kind of orc. Unfortunately, our chieftain has been blaming himself for it. Though he tries to keep it hidden, it's been apparent. And so is his wife's worried face as she watches him. Loki has always been upfront with his clan, and as a result, he doesn't hide things from us well. I think I need to, Jane murmurs. It twists my heart, but I understand where she is coming from. It's the same reason I am going. Today, Loki is executing the orcs that infiltrated our base. He is proving that our peace and kindness does not make us soft. We are still orcs, and we will not stand for this. It will be public an example for us all to see. And to further prove his point, Loki announced publicly that he will be excusing one orc, Huran. I heard from Nar that Huran warned Loki before Ogani could poison him. It saved our chieftain, and so he is paying his life debt. There's a lot of opinion on that floating around the base as well. Many say an orc that deflects is not to be trusted, but I believe good deeds should be rewarded. I'm glad Loki is sparing him. I'm ready. Jane's jaw is set tight and I sigh as I stand. I don't want her to see this, but her mind has been made up. Are you sure you should be going, though? I ignore the pain lacing through my body and offer her a grin. What do you mean? I've executed many orcs myself. She narrows her eyes. You know that's not what I mean. Her eyes slide down to my injuries. You need the rest. I sling an arm around her, careful to keep my weight off her. It's true that I have not fully healed, and it's a little painful as I hobble toward the door. But I won't let Jane face this alone. I'm as fit as a Hokeen. Let's go. Uh-huh, she mutters as she reaches for the door. For all of Jane's bravado, I can feel the tension in her shoulders and I squeeze her tightly. It's okay just knowing it's over. I'm just glad they are finally getting their retribution, is all she says back to me. The air is somber, settling over us thickly as we head to the center of the base. Where there is normally a bonfire pit and tents set up, a place of celebration, there is a short stage. Already many orcs are gathered here. It seems like everyone except those on patrol have come to witness this. My eyes dart toward Jane, her brown eyes hardened as she spots an orc walking up to the stage. He's dressed in ceremonial robes, one that we rarely use now, those that set a soul to rest. Loki climbs the stage behind him, and the few whispers in the crowd fall silent. Today we gather to show our enemies that we are not weak in our unity, but strong. Cheers follow his words, and I nod along. This is the Loki that many do not see, but he is a fearless leader for a reason. They came here to attack us! The crowd reacts violently to his words, calling back out as orcs are led onto the stage behind him, hands bound and heads covered. Our soldiers hold the binds of the wrists and force them to their knees behind the chieftain, but they were unsuccessful. I tighten my grip around Jane as the crowd turns frenzied. Loki turns, walking up to the large orc in the middle, and rips the covering off of Ogani's head. It is time we show them the strength of their mistakes! I can barely hear his words over the shouts of the crowd. To show them what happens to those who dare stand against Burning Sun! He steps back, the orc to his right, coming forward and raising a curved blade. It is time for you to face the gods and answer for your sins. The blood spatters across the stage as the blade falls, severing the flesh with a sickening slice, and the orcs roar. Loki stands with his back to us, watching as his feet and the edges of his own robes are coated with the blood of the orcs that dared to try and kill him. And Jane never takes her eyes off of it. She's been quiet ever since Loki dismissed us. Every orc's head rolled for the clan to see. If any ever thought of a mutiny, the thought should be crushed now. I fear it was too much for Jane, though, and I squeeze her tightly as we start down the path toward my head. Are you okay? Her eyes flick down, and when her gaze meets mine again, there's amusement in it. Better than you, she teases. She's not wrong. My limp is growing increasingly noticeable, and I shove her delicately. It's quite rude to make fun of a crippled man, especially one that is injured because I saved you. We slip up the steps to my house. Oh! What am I supposed to do then? Praise you? Her eyebrows shoot up as she teases me. Reward you? My body jolts at her sultry voice as she says the last one. It's inappropriate, I know. I'm sure that's not what's on her mind after the bloody display we just witnessed, even if the execution sends adrenaline coursing through my veins. I know she isn't like me, or at least I thought she wasn't. But as she pulls me across the threshold of my home, I find that it is not how I left. There are flowers and pastries on the counter. Tea is waiting on the stovetop. Twine with small flowers adorn the windows, looking outward. What is this? I ask as I watch Jane's cheeks bloom pink. I asked the girls to set your house up while we were away. She sucks in a deep breath before facing me fully. I have a surprise for you. I bite down on my lower lip to suppress my curses and my grin. Without answering, I turn to a cabinet out of Jane's reach and pull out a carefully wrapped honey cake, the orc delicacy that I had to beg the baker to make. And he did it for Jane, not for me. It seems you beat me to it. I had a surprise waiting for you tomorrow, though mine was not as elaborate. Her eyes widen as she takes in my treat, and I place it on the counter before reaching for her hands. I squeeze them as I ask her softly, Jane, will you move in with me? She squeals, throwing her arms around me. I chuckle softly as I tighten my arms around her waist and lift her off the floor. It only makes her squeal again, and I can barely hear her over my deep chuckle. Slowly, I set her back down to her feet, my heart pounding as I keep my hands on her hips. I raise my eyebrows at her and offer a nervous grin. What do you say? She whacks my chest, which I did not expect. I say you ruined my surprise. That's what I was going to ask you. Cocking my head, I ask, you want me to move in with you? No offense, but my house is much bigger. No! Jane giggles, and it deepens my smile. Gods above, I am lucky for her. I was going to ask you if I could move in. You were taking too long! I twine my hands in her hair, careful not to pull the short strands too hard between my thick fingers. I was afraid you'd say no, I murmur as I lean in closer. How could I risk losing you? Her hands slide up my chest slowly, her body pressing into mine. How could I ever say no to you? The tension between us hardens as her arms lock around my neck, and I pull her tighter against me with the hand still on her hip. My eyes track across her face, and my heart pounds. This time, it's not because I'm nervous, though. No, instead, it's from the crushing weight of how I feel for her. It's nearly suffocating how much I want Jane, and I'm glad to know that she wants me just as much. It's like a drink of cool water, and I hope I never have to be as parched as I was before I met her. I lick my lips, her eyes following the movement. You still haven't said yes. Yes, she breathes, pushing up on her toes, and our lips crash together.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 28. Jane. Ignar's hand tightens on my hip, sending a thrill down my spine. I lean into him, wanting to feel more of him, and he backs me up against the kitchen counter. His hands drop to the stone, digging into my back, and he growls against my mouth as I roll my hips against him. I can't help it. I lose myself when I'm with him, and all I want right now is to lose myself in him. Suddenly, he lifts me up onto the counter, sliding me back so that we are nearly the same height. He tangles his fingers in my hair again, tilting my head back as his tongue swipes over the seam of my lips. Obediently, I part them for him. His tongue whips against mine, and I submit, curving into his hold. I love the taste of him, but right now, it's not enough.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the Worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 29. Ignar, are you sure she's going to like it? I look at the ring doubtfully. Loki slaps me on the back. I stumble forward 3 paces. Don't worry about it. Human women like jewelry. She'll love it. This is not part of the usual orc mating ceremony, I tell him sternly. I do not mind breaking traditions for Jane, but I want it to be perfect. What happens if she says no? She won't. Loki speaks so assuredly and smugly that for a moment I want to punch him. I know that my leader has been confident all his life, but surely he was slightly anxious before asking Mary to be his mate. It has been 3 months since Jane has moved in with me. 3 months of bliss. But even though everyone in the Burning Sun clan knows that Jane is off limits, she is not officially my mate yet. I want to make it official. Which is why I am here in Loki's quarters in his office, looking down at the ring he has procured for me. I approached Loki first, with my plans to ask Jane to be my mate. He quickly sunk my original plans and took over the arrangements. And while he infuriates me with every new second that we spend together, I'm grateful for his help. After all, he has done this before. I've learned a lot throughout the arrangements for what Loki calls my proposal to Jane. One of the things I've learned is that I need a ring. It is a human custom, and the sense of it evades me. But Loki says that it will make Jane happy, and that is all I truly want. The seasons have changed twice in the 3 months that Jane has been living with me, although more accurately, we both moved in together. When I first asked her, it was clear that we could not stay together in my small cabin. When I discussed this with Loki, he gave me a wide grin and slapped me on the back. Then he said he would take care of it. The next day, Loki leads me and Jane to a larger cabin that had been standing empty. It was sparsely furnished, but Jane clapped her hands together with glee. If she loved it, then I knew I would come to love it too, even if it was so different from where I had lived before. "Where did you find this ring?" I ask him, and he gives me a sly smile. Jorgen walks into Loki's office then. He glances down at the ring and comes over to smack me on the back in congratulations. What is it with Loki and Jorgen and slapping me on the back? I do not verbalize my thoughts, and even though I am annoyed, my joy keeps coming back. I made a deal with some of the humans who are good with fine metalwork, Loki says. I do not know how they did it, but I think it is good enough. So today is the big day? Jorgen asks me, and both he and Loki face me, with expectant looks on their faces. I exhale heavily before answering. Yes, I am proposing to her today. The human way. And it is her birthday, so I am hoping that the proposal will be more special. It will be, Loki speaks with his usual irritating confidence. Just follow the steps we practiced. But also, Jorgen interjects, my head will explode soon. Do what feels natural. You can practice this as much as possible, but remember you know her. So do what you think she'd like. I like the sound of Jorgen's advice, and for the first time I think I can do this. I know Jane, and I know what she likes. I can do this! You can do this! I tell myself sternly. I slip the ring into the pocket of my pants and say my thanks to both Loki and Jorgen. You'll be fine, Ignar. Just do what feels right, Jorgen calls as I walk away. Jane and I will be celebrating her birthday on our own, and the proposal will be a surprise. But I know that she is spending the morning in the human dormitories. Both Bonnie and Ruby wanted to celebrate part of her birthday with her. I know both human women are still wary of me, but I do not care anymore. Besides, with Jane gone for the morning, I have time to complete the arrangements for the day. I return to our new home, careful not to let the ring fall out of my pocket. Once there, I prepare the meal for the afternoon. I'm working a decadent meal of deer meat, along with cuts of wild pig, and as many vegetables as I could get my hands on. I only finish my cooking when the meat is tender and juicy. I ensure that the vegetables are also tender, yet crispy when I finally put out the fire. Then I hurry to arrange the table. I know Jane will be home soon. I've always enjoyed picking flowers, though I always made sure I did it in private. On this occasion, however, I needed as many flowers as I could possibly get. I roped Loki, Jorgen, and a few other orcs, and we set out to pick as many wildflowers as we could. I have to admit that it was quite a sight, half a dozen orcs out picking flowers. Now I place the flowers on the table in bunches. My hands aren't as small and delicate as Jane's, so the flowers look very clumsy. But there is no time left. She will be home any minute. Besides, Jane loves everything that I do for her. It took me some time to realize that Jane loves me. Truly, really loves me. But when I finally did realize it, life became so much easier. I quickly finish up the last of the table settings when I hear her footsteps on the porch outside. Then she comes swinging into the room, the brightest of smiles on her face. Her hair has grown out, though it is still short. Now, her bright blonde hair is curling around her ears. She stops short when she sees the table, and the food that I've just set out on it. I slip my hand into my pocket and grab the ring. It is your birthday! I smile at her, her face softens. I wanted to do something special. She sighs and comes up to me. Jane slides her arms around my waist and stands on tiptoes. I lean down to kiss her. The kiss becomes deeper, more urgent, very quickly. Her sigh becomes a whimper and I grow hard against her. But I pull away quickly. There will be time for that later. The rest of our lives. I let go of the ring and I pull her chair out for her. Jane looks at me with a surprised delight. Loki has been teaching me the different human customs. Putting it into actual practice is strange, but for some reason I enjoy it. You really didn't have to do all this. She picks up one of the bunches of flowers, lifting it to her face and smelling it. The sweet, slightly tangy scent of the wildflowers has filled the room. It's only overwhelmed by the fragrance of the meal. I'm happy just spending time with you. She smiles and I start handing her the various dishes. Soon we are tucking hungrily into our meal and talking about her day. The ring grows heavier in my pocket with each passing minute. I know that I have to do it soon. I will explode with anxiety if I don't. I wait until both Jane and I have finished eating, and I have taken the dishes to the basin. Then I take her hand and lead her to the porch. I have positioned 2 chairs there. When we sit on the chairs, we have a view of the entire base camp and the woods that surround it. It is breathtaking. Is everything okay? Jane asks me after we sit down. I take several deep breaths. Yes, everything is fine. My voice is hoarse. I'm going to give myself away if I'm not careful. But I wanted us to talk. Okay. She stretches the word out, and it is tinged with doubt. We have been living together for 3 months, and in this time, I have never been happier. Her eyes have become glassy with tears. Her lips are pursed. I know that when she does that, she is hiding a smile. And what I want right now is for us to move to the next step. What do you mean? She asks me instantly. I pull the ring out of my pocket. It is a simple metal band. I want you to be my mate. I want you for the rest of my life. I hand her the ring. She takes it with a look of wonder on her face. I was hoping that you would accept this, and I'm hoping that you'll say yes. Jane slips the ring onto her finger. Then she looks up at me with her wide, sparkling brown eyes. Of course I'll say yes. The words come out in a beautiful whisper. Then she is jumping off her chair and flinging herself into my arms.
Chapter 30. Jane. I'm thrilled with everything Ignar does for the proposal. He's so thoughtful, and I'm so lucky to have found a mate like him. After everything I've been through, it's the first time I've had an opportunity to celebrate something just for myself. Proposing on my birthday was an amazing and thoughtful gesture. We decide quickly to set a date. In the northern encampments, mating ceremonies are typically quick, quiet affairs, but here at the Burning Sun base camp, apparently they can be quite a big deal. My new friends Mary, Hera and Vala's mate Brenna encourage me to go all out for the ceremony. They talk me into getting a dress and help me decide what flowers to pick and everything. It's strange having female companions now. I've always been alone, surrounded by mostly men. I like having friends, though. These women understand what it's like to be in love with an orc, and they offer good advice to me about everything they've been through. We meet once a week at Mary's house to plan the ceremony. They keep me from feeling overwhelmed and anxious. I'm not usually one to be very girly, so planning a mating ceremony is far from my comfort zone. Hera's been training and working with me too, teaching me everything I need to know about taking down orcs. After the attack, I never wanted to be unprepared to fight an orc ever again. During the day, I patrol on the guard team with Ignar. In the afternoons, I train with Hera, and at night, Ignar and I make dinner and then make love before bed. It's much more of a peaceful, quiet existence than I'm used to. For the first time, I don't feel like every day is a struggle, that I'm constantly facing conflict after conflict. Ignar gives me a sense of home and happiness. The clan has given me a feeling of family. I want our mating ceremony to reflect that, so I've chosen to represent my newfound family with peach and magnolia blossoms. The beautiful flowers are abundant in this area, so it's not hard to gather enough for the ceremony in the days leading up. Ignar doesn't really care about the specifics, nor does he entirely understand my human desires, so he leaves most of the planning up to me. Orcs tend to be pretty laid back about their mating ceremonies. It's very short, as Hera explains to me. They see the ceremony more for celebration than anything. So I plan a huge feast, getting permission from Loki to have a roast wild boar, along with several wild turkeys and a few geese. Everyone is invited, though not everyone wants to come. There are those who still disagree with humans mating with orcs, though they're very much in the minority. I don't care. I've lived a hard life. I deserve some happiness, and if Ignar is the one who brings that to me, then screw everyone else and their opinions. The week before the ceremony ends up being an absolute blur of activity, trying to get things done, training and preparing for the mating, along with learning how to do night shift patrols. I'm going to be switching to night shift for a while so I can learn more about being part of the patrol team. I plan on moving up the ranks and becoming Ignar's right-hand woman as soon as possible. He doesn't know my plans. Right now, I want him to treat me the same as all the other guards and to earn my place working with him. So I asked to be put on the night shift after the mating ceremony for a while. I wake up the day of the ceremony bright and early. Ignar was thrown a revelry the night before by some of the orcs he's now closest to, including and Loki, and is staying with and his mate Bonnie to sleep off the effects of their night. Which means I have the house to myself now, to get ready. Hera and Mary are coming in a few hours' time, and Brenna is coming later to help me with the dress. We decided on something that fit the occasion, but adapted to my personal style. Something pretty but practical, in other words. For now, though, I'm too excited to sleep, so I get up early and make myself breakfast, followed by a relaxing and cleansing bath. I'm just relaxing on the chaise lounge when there's a knock at the door. Mary and Hera have arrived. I invite them in, and they start by rubbing my skin with oils and painting my nails a soft pink colour. The manicure serves no real purpose, but it does make me feel very pretty and relaxed afterward. I have very short hair, but I haven't had a cut in ages, so Mary volunteers to give me a trim, carefully cutting off the split ends and fixing the long bits that have fallen into my eyes again. They're putting on my makeup when Brenna shows up with my dress. I nearly bowl the women over in my haste to see it. It's finished, thanks to her help. I gently take it out of the wrappings and find that it's just as beautiful as I imagined it to be. The dress is actually a two-piece set, with a top and a skirt. The top is lacy, with a scalloped edge, long sleeves that are sheer and that end 3/4 of the way down my arm. The skirt is long and flowy, with a slit up the side to make it practical to move around it. It's a very simple ensemble and suits my tastes to a T. The women offered me a veil for the ceremony, but I opted for a simple flower circlet made of peach and magnolia blossoms. My hair would be too short for a veil, I felt like. It's almost time for the ceremony to begin. It's taking place at sunset. We're having it just outside the Great Hall, out in the open. Afterward, everyone will go inside for celebrations and feasting. The women fluff my dress and fuss over me, handing me a bouquet of magnolia and peach blossoms to carry. Apparently it's some kind of tradition for human women. They used to carry bouquets of flowers in the before times. We head out, the sun already starting to set, heading across the base for the ceremony. Bashag is performing the ceremony for us, and he's already dressed for the occasion, in his ceremonial robes. He's waiting for me when I arrive in front of the Great Hall, with his large staff. It has bones strung on it, and he rattles it now, announcing my presence. Ignar is there as well, already in his own ceremonial robes. They have warrior panels sewn in, indicating his status as a clan warrior. He's also in a sort of kilt-like skirt. It's deep burgundy and looks striking on him. His face lights up when he sees my own dress, and he holds his hands out, letting me grasp them. There are so many people here, but all I have eyes for is him, my mate. Loki comes with twine and begins to wrap our hands together with the twine. Bashag murmurs some words in a language I don't fully understand, and by the looks of it, neither does Ignar. And then the twine is tied off. There are sweet-smelling herbs and more magnolia and peach blossoms knotted into the twine, making it smell fragrant and heady. Bashag rattles his staff once more, silencing the audience. "May the war god voice his objections now," he calls. The crowd collectively holds its breath as we wait. After a minute, when nothing happens, Bashag rattles his staff once more and announces it's time to give the blessings to the couple. Our closest friends come and surround us in a circle of salt and more of the fragrant herbs and the petals of my ceremony bouquet. We're still bound together as each of the clan that wants to comes up and gives us a blessing for our union. So many people show up that it seems to take ages. Ignar seems surprised to have all these people who want to wish him well, and his cheeks seem to be permanently pink. It's quite adorable, actually. "I love you," I murmur in a break between blessings. "I love you too," he says, before the next people come up to bless us. As soon as everyone is done, we exit the salt circle, and Mary and Loki carefully cut us out of the twine. Mary will be arranging the twine later into a decoration that we will hang on our front door. We head into the Great Hall for the feast, still holding hands. Everything has been like a dream today. Later, after hours of drinking and feasting and merriment, Ignar carries me carefully over the threshold of our home. "My beloved," he says, a smile on his face. I trace over the scar gently. "God, you're perfect," I tell him, a little drunk and extremely happy. "Take me to our bed."
As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, Looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable.
Chapter 31. Huran. The woods are dark. It does not matter much. I spend so much time here that I know every tree stump, root, and bush that might trip me up. There is nowhere else for me to go. Nowhere else where I can be alone. That is the problem with living amongst a group of other orcs. There is no privacy anywhere. I cannot exactly vent my frustrations in front of the other orcs. They'll think me crazy and report me to Loki. And I certainly do not need to draw the attention of the clan leader. Not now. I have been unable to sleep for weeks now. And though I have never been known for my beauty, I do look terrible. I sleep maybe 1 or 2 hours per night. But the guilt always finds me. It plagues me. I know that I saved Loki's life. I know I did. And while I am proud of that, I also know that in doing so, I was responsible for the deaths of other orcs. All the orcs that were involved in the plot to kill Loki were executed. Loki showed no mercy to any of them. When I told him, when I betrayed my fellow orcs, I thought they might be imprisoned. I did not think they would be killed, but I suppose it makes sense. I think to myself dully, no sane clan leader would allow the orcs that tried to kill them live. It would look weak to any of Loki's enemies. I know that all of Loki's supporters admire me. They think that I am brave. They applaud me for saving the life of their leader. And yet all I can think of are my dead friends. I keep walking through the woods, cutting through the thick undergrowth with my axe. Right now, I want to keep walking forever. I want to walk until I am completely away from the boundaries of the Burning Sun clan base. I don't think I want to see Loki's face ever again. But I restrain myself and make my way towards the river. The full moon is rising above my head as I walk. I have never seen a day as bright as the night when the moon is full and round and shining in all her glory. The closer I get to the river, the more fragrant the air around me becomes. The river makes everything around it lush and full. The ground beneath my feet becomes darker and richer the further I walk. The plants are greener, and the air is filled with the bright, tart scents of wild samana and freese. I inhale deeply, sharply, and for a second, I am calmed by the aromas of the night. But then the guilt comes sweeping and wide and violent, crashing into me and sending me spinning. I will never get rid of the guilt. I know that now. I break into a jog along the river and head for the waterfall that formed centuries earlier. This river is an interesting one. It flows down a hill and splits in two at the base of the hill. One section of the river continues flowing on, while the other crashes off a cliff and becomes a waterfall. I splash into the water where the river splits and allow the water to take me. I have been here dozens of times before, and I know the river better than I know the back of my own hand. There are no rocks in the river, and I let the water wash me into the waterfall. Then I take a rolling jump and fall with a splash into the water. My body is heavy and muscular, and I sink before I force myself to float. But for a second, I am submerged beneath the water and my guilt, and I almost want to stay there. But I must want to live more than I thought. When I rise to the surface, I am in a giant pool of water. I swim to the edge and, gripping the naturally formed rocks, I vault myself out of the water. Water streams off me as I shake myself. I am ready to fall asleep beneath the moonlight. The light of a full moon can become as warm as the light of the brightest sun. That is when I hear them. I know what they are. Wild wolves, shifting and growling in the undergrowth of the woods. Wild wolves are rabid creatures that will kill their own young just for the fun of it. These animals do not have the brain capacity to realize when an orc is bigger and stronger than they are. They fight savagely, and they can be deadly in groups. They come out of nowhere and everywhere, all at once. There are 4 of them, and they practically fly at me. They must have been following me through the woods. I wonder how often they follow their prey to this pool of water. I wonder how many skeletons lay at the bottom of the pool. Maybe they aren't as dumb as they are rumored to be. But even 4 wolves is not a challenge. 2 of them come for my face, while the other 2 slink forwards on their bellies. A coordinated attack. Impressive. I kick out at the one closest to my foot and ensure that I kick him right into the other one. The 2 wolves go skidding into the darkness with a shrieking yelp. There are still 2 wolves biting into both my arms with their sharp teeth. The pain stings, but I shake them off. I grab one of them by the head, and with a quick twist of my wrist, I break its neck. The other one, upon seeing its dead counterpart, runs with a yelp. I let it go. Adrenaline is flowing through me so hard that my head aches from it. For a second, I forget the guilt and the execution and everything that has happened as a result. For a second, I am the old Huran again. This feeling comes back to me a lot, but it always leaves again. Trying to hold on to my old self is like trying to scoop water up with my hands. Impossible. The person I used to be is out of reach, and I don't think there's any way to get him back. When I look up, the moon is setting. The midnight blue sky is tinged with pink and red. The sun will be coming up soon. The fight with the wolves tired me out. Maybe if I go back to the barracks now, I will be able to get an hour's sleep. The gods know that I need it. Hopefully I can get some sleep and then join the rest of the orcs in the canteen. I am exhausted, even though I am barely able to sleep. I can barely keep my eyes open as I stumble back to the base through the woods. It is a good thing that I know the woods as well as I do, I think dazedly to myself. Otherwise, I would be dead by now. I shake the thought off. I should be grateful that Loki elected not to execute me, and maybe my nightly sprints along the river and eventual melding with the waterfall is my way of mirroring the execution. But it has to stop, because exhaustion is going to get the better of me soon. And as one of the orcs who is supposed to defend the base, I am putting the lives of everyone else at risk by not sleeping. My thoughts, when I return to the barracks, are still jumbled and confused. I do not know when I'll be able to sort them out. All I know now is that I need to sleep. I yawn widely as I make it into the common area. My bedroll where I sleep is only several paces away when someone closes his hand around my wrist. When I turn, it is Jorgen, commander of the patrol team, holding on to me. He smiles broadly at me, then lets go. Then he slaps me on the back. This is not the first time I have been slapped on the back and smiled at. The action seems to be the only way that the male orcs show their affection. Huran, I am glad to see you. Jorgen pulls me into a corner before I can answer. I wanted to talk to you, he says. His voice becomes solemn, his eyes earnest. I want to thank you for everything you have done for us. I know what he is speaking about, and I am about to stop him when he continues. You saved Loki, our leader. We will never be able to thank you enough for that. Loki and I were thinking you should be moved to your own cabin. Jorgen goes on and on effusively. I had thought I would be able to escape the guilt for a few hours, but the guilt surges back up with every new thank you from Jorgen. Jorgen, I have to go soon, but thank you. He lets me go, slapping me on the back again. I walk back numbly to my bedroll. There's only 30 minutes left before I have to get to the canteen. I know that I will not be able to sleep now, but speaking with Jorgen has also told me what to do. I need to leave the Burning Sun clan.